Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing. What is up? Why am I on the side? Hmm. Let me check this out. Hold on. On the side? I'm on the side. I should be in the middle. There we go. On the side. John Q's never on the side. Anyway, I tell you, StreamYard is changing month to month to month to month. You never know how they are going to do all of your backstage stuff. But anyway, I thought I'd jump on here this afternoon. I'm home early. I had some things on my mind and thought I would showing some love, humongous. All right, brother. Sorry, I can't. Peace. I appreciate you showing anyways. I had some things on my mind about this case. And I said, it's been a little bit, you have to let things perk a little bit, especially when you're focused in on a case that absolutely makes no sense. Makes no sense. Like Summer Wells, no sense. No sense. Like the missing kids up in Canada, makes no sense. And when things make no sense, man, does that get your attention. Over and over and over and over and over and over. Why is the story or the narratives not making sense? They seem like it in the beginning at first glance. And then as the story progresses, time goes by, and you begin to think about it, relook about it, think about it, relook at it again, think about it, relook at it again. You begin to feel something about the people telling you the story. I don't know. I know it's not just me. I know it's not just me. But over and over and over again. And as time lags into the future or drags into the future, you go back to the beginning of the story. Say, okay, what have you learned? How are you vibing with this story right now? And guess what? I guarantee you, hands down, 100%, whoever's looking at this story is feeling still as off balance when they came, as off balance as they are today about the story. It still doesn't make sense. I don't know. I just don't know. But anyway, thank you for joining me early this evening, wherever you are. I don't want to come on here late at night. I got some things to do later on, but I just wanted to come on here and maybe throw something at you. Maybe, I'm not sure, but maybe just certain things that are on my mind. Way more than 15 months. Yeah. Island Girl, Diana, how are you? Good to see you. Good to see you. Show Poodles is in the building. Flamingo, Lisa is in the building. Ernestine Smith is in the building. Vanna Reeves is in the building. Wow. Okay, Vanna. Cal Gal, excuse me, is in the building. I love your intro. Well, thank you. Humongous is in the building. I can't stay. I know brothers over there saying, "Oh, damn, he went live and now he goes live. He never goes live this early." I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you. Verdict Vibe is in the building. Appreciate you. Angel of Life is in the building. Good to see you. Good to see you. My goodness. Joanne Jackson from the UK. I miss my UK people. I miss my people from Australia and a number of different places, but they're on different timelines. Big timelines. That is for sure. But I appreciate that, Angel. Thank you. And I thank you for that too. No, it's good to be back. So we're back into it, just getting warmed up, but still taking a look at the Sebastian Rogers case. Young man who was 15 years old when he went missing. 15 years old. February 25th of 2024. He goes missing from inside of his house, from what we were told, right? And I kept trying to go over this narrative, and I'm going, okay, what was the last proof of life? I was at the Texas Roadhouse, where he was actually on camera. Proof of life. When do we physically see Sebastian during the course of that day? At the Texas Roadhouse. Period. That's when he's caught on camera. And everyone has seen the videos and the commentary and trying to see when he was here. He was here sitting down with his mom at a particular time having dinner. He was eating, but she was appetizing or nibbling more so than eating. From what we've been able to find out, outside of the traditional narrative, no one's talking, we can actually see video footage of him sitting down inside of the Texas Roadhouse having a meal, wearing his glasses. He has on his t-shirt, black t-shirt. He looks just like the Sebastian we would know him to look like from some of the other photos, right? Okay. Proof of life begins the timeline of this case. The time they entered, the time they spent right here until the time they left. All of that till they got outside of this building into the parking lot. Outside here, caught on video camera. And many of you have seen that part of it. Many of you have seen that part of it. See if I can do this. Can you all see that? We even got a timestamp for it. Okay. And I'm coming in loud and clear. Much love to everybody. Joanne Jackson is in the building. I see you come up in here. And yes, John Q is still working on Sebastian's case. Yes, I am. There are two others I'm working on. But this one gave me some questions I thought I'd share with you. Proof of life. 6:24 p.m. Proof of life in the parking lot outside of the Texas Roadhouse. In other words, folks, here's Sebastian right here. Right there. You can actually see his height compared to the car, what he was wearing that day, how he looked, everything. There he is, right there. Before whatever happened in this parking lot happened, you see Sebastian, sneakers with white bottoms. These look like dark gray trousers, jeans, short sleeve, brown hair, which was caught on this particular camera coming out of the Texas Roadhouse on this date at this time. Proof of life. So you got to mark down this timeline, the start, because after he leaves here, we don't see him again. All we get from that point is the narrative. That's it. Now, let's see how many people, in the chat who have been following this case, have been following the narrative. What happens after this? What happens after this? We were told they went home. Right? We were told they went home. From that location, takes about, 13, 14, 15 minutes, give or take, from the Texas Roadhouse to get to the home. That night, give or take thereabout, Texas Roadhouse, all the way to their home at Stafford Court, right? And this is Google Maps that gives you the direction of where the home is compared to where Texas Roadhouse is, and perhaps the alternate routes they may have taken to get home. I'm sure you all can see this. One route is 14 minutes, one route's 12 minutes, give or take. Give us as to what the timeline was, but does anyone truly know what time they did get home? And if you do know, type that in the chat. If you do know, and it can be factually found. Because Seth doesn't know. Chris and Katie never bring it up. Everything else has got a point of time between going to bed and the thud at night and the waking up that morning at 6 a.m. Those have got, according to the narrative, specific times designated to them, except this one. Except this. This was never explained at all in any of the interviews either. It was skipped over. It would have been nice to know. Well, it took us about 15 minutes to get home. I usually take XYZ drive. We usually cut across. We do this, we do that, and then I come on into the area of our neighborhood. I pulled in that night. I normally park the car in the driveway. See? But I decided to put it in the garage. Things like that. As descriptive as possible. To be as descriptive as possible. To draw the picture for people to see that this is like a regular, this is normal, this is natural. Not like you have to pull teeth. Not like you have to pull teeth. But this, people think in visuals. I do. And most of us do. Think in visuals. Tell me what happened. Well, this happened, that happened, and well, what time did this start? Where were you? Then what happened? Then what did they say? You know, little things like that. Our brains work in extraordinary ways. Give us the information, help us to understand, and we can get what? A better picture of what you're talking about. And it just makes natural sense to be as natural about it as possible. But this case is not natural. From Jump Street, proof of life, and now we begin a narrative that takes us into the evening of February 25th of 2024 to where a 15-year-old just disappears. No sight, no sound, nothing. And this has now been going on for 15, 16 months, give or take. So my question is, what's up? We haven't found anything in this case that says anything. Nothing. I mean, come on. Nothing. Hendersonville, Tennessee has got nothing. Gemini is in the building. Thank you for being here. Nothing. Nothing. (22:45 p.m.) Glad you're live. I wish Sebastian could be found. XX, I think most should be questioned more. I've been saying that since the case opened, Joanne. I've been saying that since the case opened. I think he took out the home. Yeah. See, now that's a natural response. Thank you, Joanne. Because that's you know something? This keeps showing up in my case. Concerning Sebastian Rogers going missing, this darn thing here keeps showing up. Y'all see that? Because the rest of it is narrative before we ever get here. We got home. What happened? Did he take a shower? Did he put out his clothes? Did he prepare for school? Because we're talking about this night being a Sunday into Monday. This would be considered a school night. Did he prepare for anything? What was Sebastian doing once he got home from the Texas Roadhouse? Nothing is truly explained about Sebastian's activities any place until he is told to go to bed at 9. So let's say the 15 minutes, give or take, from the Texas Roadhouse back to the house takes just about that. They get home at about 7:10. 10 minutes of 7 before 7 p.m. Whether garbage was taken out or not, it was never specifically mentioned in any of the interviews that was given on YouTube or with anybody else. Did he or did he not take the garbage out? Does anybody know for sure? And whether there was a report specifically stating that, yeah, we saw Sebastian outside at about 7:15, 7:20, 7:25, 7:30, outside as he normally does at around that time, putting out the garbage bins to be picked up by the garbage people the next day, called the chore. Now, we heard the word chore in the dialogue somewhere. I remember it. I'm sure you may have picked up on it too. Whether he came outside with or without shoes, he could have still had them on. 15 years old, think about it. Goes back in the house. Okay, now what? Let's say that happens at around 7:30. 7:30, still 90 minutes before 9 p.m. What was Sebastian doing? Nothing. It's nothing. They can tell you about the phone call he had. They can tell you about this. They can tell you about what he ate that day. But nothing at home. And I find that very strange. Mother of a missing child who seemed like they had an extraordinary weekend explain pretty much from the time they got home until the time she got up to wake him up to go to school? Really nothing. Nothing. I'm not insinuating anything. I'm just looking at the narrative, listening to the words of the interviews, listening to their story, and I'm trying to fit them together. Type a 1 in the chat right now if you're still trying to put the narrative together with the response. Does it make sense? Is it not making any sense? Type a 2. If it makes sense, type a 1. If it's not making any sense, type a 2. Between the narrative and the action, the narrative and the action, narrative and the action. Type a 1 if it makes sense, or type a 2 if it's not making sense, it's not lining up. It's not connecting right. It's not giving you the picture that you would naturally have if anybody was telling you a story about an event or an occurrence that had taken place. And for many people, you feel it inside. This is not lining up. They're missing parts and pieces to the story. And then you're trying to figure out what would be the reason why you would leave anything out. Can you tell me? What would be the reason why anything else wouldn't be just as important as the things that you mentioned? Can you tell me? And I go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And I'm going, no, it doesn't make sense. And this is what you see before you is one of the neighbors' video surveillance cameras looking into their garage that night, where the mysterious lights in the background are floating around, and a mysterious car that's in the street, off not too far from where these cars are parked in the driveway. Lights go on, lights go off. Car backs up and disappears. And this is the video footage that the sheriff's department said that was of no evidentiary value. These mysterious lights are of no evidentiary value. Why wouldn't they be? Being that this is a first-time occurrence and no one has ever complained about mysterious lights being out in around a little after 3 a.m. in the morning has ever occurred before, why wouldn't this be a very strange occurrence to them? And this has been the thing that's been bothering me the most. I'm going to be honest with you, the most. And there's still no answer to it. Lights off here to the right in the upper corner of the screen now, floating around. If this is a true video of it, and many people have scrutinized this video to jam it down into the time of the morning of the 26th of February to say, yeah, this is a true video, even though the timestamp is jacked up. And yet the police still hold on to their statement to say This is of no evidentiary value. Well, have you looked into it? Have you really checked out why those lights were there that night? Was a report made on it? If so, we'd like to know about it. We'd like to see it. If not, we want to know why not. And if it was conversation about it, who made the decision to make the statement that this was of no evidentiary value? Who made the statement? Who's the one to make decision? Okay, we'll just bypass that. That's not holding any water. Meanwhile, folks, this is an action, we're dealing with physics here. This is a action that happened, an occurrence that happened the early morning in that neighborhood, just before we were told that Sebastian wasn't in the house a little after 6 a.m. that morning, that same morning. Well, that's the case. Could this have been him? If he left the house, you couldn't find him. You looked everywhere in the house, this, that, and the other thing. Well, there was a strange occurrence early this morning at around 3 where there was some lights outside and stuff like that, but we paid it no mind. Does Sebastian normally just take walks late at night? Do you know? But this is an action. There is a behavioral essence about this time event that is and falls within the body of this case that's being overlooked, my opinion. My opinion. And over and I'm going, okay, timeline. Go to bed at 9, thud at around 10, nothing else until these lights show up. 3 hours later, time to get up, time to go wake up Sebastian. He's gone. You get where I'm coming from? And they say this is of no evidentiary value. Something happened out there that night, that morning, that's messing this narrative up. That's just me. How many of you think so too? How many of you think so too? There's always just been something wrong with the lights being out there that night. How many of you think so too? Everything after the Texas Roadhouse was not accounted for. No bedtime routine, lunch made for upcoming school day, nothing. Did Sebastian take lunch to school? Was he given lunch money to get lunch at school? Do we know that? See, moms would know that. Moms. I mean, I know you've been looking at this just as much as I have. And people have gotten away from let's go back again that night. One more again. Let me recapture what was said again and compare it to what I've been able to filter out for the last 15, 16 months now regarding This 16-year-old now, 16, who's been missing since the night of the event, who's been missing since. Come on now, people. You've been looking at this, so have I. You've been looking at this. What is the sheriff's department? Let me ask you this. What has the sheriff's department been doing on Sebastian's case right now? Do we have any updates? Have we had any updates? Do we know of any updates? Miss Justice, welcome. There's my girl. Has there been any updates? Let's ask the big question. If not, why? Why not? I know Seth is still looking. He just did a video on his channel just recently. The man is missing his son. You can feel it. In fact, you could feel Seth's emotional content regarding his son since day one. And he just got finished doing a live a couple of nights ago, giving you his update, letting you know what he's feeling, what he's thinking, what he's captured in all of this experience of his son being missing. And it's very real. It's very real. You can't miss it. I don't think anybody could. I've never been able to see past that oddity. Always circle back to that. Yeah. My opinion, he was gone by 3 a.m. and the 6 to 6:30 timelines was all for show. Robini. Yeah. Thank you for being here. You know why we can say what we say on our channels? It's because we're looking at it from outside. Oh, you don't know anything. You weren't there. That's right. Absolutely correct. None of us were there. But you know something that's also correct? We're looking at it from the outside. So since we weren't there, straighten us out. Say something that would help straighten us out. Give more clarification, give more detail, fill in the spots, fill in the blanks. Fill in the line that you left there for me to fill in for you, but I'm not going to do that because I don't make assumptions. And no one can do it. Except Seth. Seth has been trying to fill that blank in with his answers on this case. God bless him. I know where I was. I know how I feel. I know from my own experience is where Seth comes from. And it's important to listen to that because that becomes part of this experience for him. It's been for all of us who's been following the case, especially the content creators that have been covering the case. Thank you, Ms. Justice. And once you go from there and jump into his shoes and stay in them just for a moment and say, if I was Seth, how would I be feeling right now? And lo and behold, what you would feel. Lo and behold, the pictures that would run through your mind that's ran through his. The people that would run through your mind just like it ran through his. The reports from the sheriff's department that he was told, anytime he was told, he would take that information, which is now a vibration in his body, for him to carry back home with nothing. Still nothing. Still missing and still nothing. And I'm kind of scratching my head and I'm going, my goodness, is this what the sheriff's department, law enforcement is all about? Is this how they solve missing person cases? Specifically this one in Hendersonville? Like they did with Summer Wells in Hawkins County? Excuse me. Same thing. This is how they think of children. Hey, he's your kid. You should have kept an eye on him. It's not our fault they went missing type attitude. We'll help you. We'll try and help you to find them, but you can't blame us. Two sides of the story. And that's the hard part regarding this particular case. It's a hard part. No doubt. It's a no doubt. So I said, well, let me back up just for a second. Let me capture something again, just for a moment, and let me fine-tune my thoughts again before I open my mouth. Let me fine-tune something one more again before I open my mouth. So I did. So I said, let me do a live. Let me just go ahead and do it. And it was just to satisfy a moment that I had just following this case. I'm also following the Daniel Robinson case very carefully. I was on the phone with Mr. Robinson this afternoon. He's doing well. His family is okay. They're hanging in there. He's still looking. They are all still looking. Things have evolved. Evidence has been submitted for forensics in that case. His car, clothes, his work materials and essence that was found in the desert. Has been forwarded to the right people for forensic examination. So hopefully we can get that report, and that's what he's been waiting on. And the next time you see me live, I had asked him, I said, David, would you like to do an update live on my platform to talk with the folks that have been following the case? He said, sure, anytime. You tell me. I said, let's give it a few. until these people call you back. He said, okay. So that's coming up. That is coming up. But I had to go back to something in this case. And many of us have gone back into specific areas in this case. Various different places to look at it again, to listen to it again, to hear it one more time, to see it one more time, just to tighten up. Critical things that make either how this narrative came to be and whether this is a true narrative or not. Should we be really listening to the narrative of what happened by someone else, or does the evidence dictate something else happened? If you get my drift. If someone's telling you a story that you don't believe and your mind is picturing something else, you'd want to go back and check and double check before you come to your conclusion, yo, this person's a damn liar. Straight up, I don't believe you. How you doing, Miss Angel? Straight up, I don't believe you. Mom and Up is in the building. Got some people that just showed up. Before you come to that conclusion, to cross that line, to say, I disbelieve everything that you say, well, you haven't taken the time out to really hear me good enough, is where they come from. And you being as patient as you are, you'll say, okay, tell me again. Tell me again. I want you to bear with me here tonight for a little bit because I'm just building toward the point of coming on here tonight to conclude where we are with this whole thing. Where we are. I can tell you that right now. We're no more near closer to Sebastian than we were the first time we heard about the story. We're no closer to Sebastian now than we were when the story started. That's unfortunate. He didn't come home. Notice I said he didn't come home because he never came back home. To have come home. That was my takeaway from Seth's live. He wasn't in Seth's house, and sure as hell he's not in Chris and Katie's house. He seems to be still glued to finding his son. Where are they? Stepdad and biological mother. Where are they? So I had to pick up on this one more time. And I said, okay, let's do it again. Let me do this one more again, and let me see if I can give a different breakdown to it. How you doing, RJ? RJ is in the building. I spent 7 hours and change in the last live just doing I figured that was a warm-up. Just to get me back into streaming again. But let's pick up. And we're looking at this once again, and I appreciate everybody's ears and eyes and your understandings of this case enough to just let me walk through this with you so that you can feel what I'm feeling, because you can definitely feel what Seth is feeling in missing his son. This is a month after Sebastian goes missing. In fact, this was March 25th. He goes missing February 25th. That's just my call. He's reported missing on the 26th, the morning of the 26th. But this boy is missing, my call, the 25th. Month later, story picks up, takes form, after a couple of YouTube interviews had occurred within that month's time. They show up here.
February 26th, Monday morning, 6 a.m. From everything we can tell, that is the moment that Sebastian's mom and stepdad realize he's gone. For just one moment, imagine that. You go in your child's room where you find your child every single school day morning and you wake them up, but at 6 a.m., he's not there. Can you imagine what must have gone through their minds? First of all, I want you to hear what his bio mom, Katie Proudfoot, says. Listen.
When I woke him up for school, he wasn't there. I took a second and walked through the house looking for him in case he'd gotten up and was trying to get breakfast or something, because he did that sometimes. About 3 minutes in, give or take, I was on the phone with my husband. I said, can't find him. He said, what do you mean can't find him? I said, he's not in the house.
Can't find him. Where is he? And in the last days, we learned that the official law enforcement search is actually scaling back. This as TikTokers and YouTubers are flooding the area, conducting their own searches. Listen to Eric Craddock, Chief Deputy, Sumner County Sheriff's.
Really wanted to come to the community and ask for your help. We need you to search your properties every day, morning and night. If there's a shed or a crawl space or up under your mobile home or a tarp that's in your yard, check it every morning and check it every night. Look for any details that something has been disturbed. If there's a shirt that was there today that wasn't there yesterday, notify us. You can really help us by searching your own property twice a day. Like I said, we're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off, and we really need your help to ensure that he is brought home safely.
We are trying to determine what happened when this young boy, an autistic young boy, seemingly walks out of his own home in the middle of the night, we think.
Now, I wanted to stop it here. And thank you all for joining us here tonight. Yes, Ms. Justice, thank you so much for the copyright disclaimer. And yes, all credit goes to the Nancy Grace True Crime channel. And I thank you for posting her link. If you take a look at this picture here of Sebastian, I don't know whether this was something that, you know, just that he liked or something. But do you notice his shirt? Do you notice Sebastian's shirt here? It's like I said, okay, where is his hands? where is his hands? Why would a kid, wear a shirt that, you couldn't see his hands type stuff? Yeah, the sleeves are long. I said, okay. And I noticed that there were some other long sleeve shirts that where you don't see his hands in those too. Like loose clothes. I mean, was it his decision to get the shirt or mom's decision? The items on the table behind him in the home, the sneakers to the lower right-hand side of the screen. He just seemed like when this picture was taken, I'm saying, who took the picture and what is this picture about? Did he go to school this way? Is this one of these days he came home from school, put his books on the table, wherever that table might be in the home, prepare to get ready to do homework or something after school? Just thoughts that I had about certain pictures that were taken of Sebastian. And I said, I have to take a moment and take a look once again at the pictures and let the pictures tell me what's going on. Each one has a moment in time captured in a moment of his life. And I took this one in to say, okay, where's his hands and why is the shirt so large on him? There's Reynolds wrap on the table behind him. There's a cup, some other items I can't make out. I said, okay, so he must be somewhere close to what? Is it the kitchen? Is it where? I couldn't decide. I couldn't come to that conclusion. It's cropped, first of all, and it locks out other articles of information that would have told me a little bit more about where he was. But this Sebastian, your typical 15-year-old. Let's continue. Just thought I'd just point this out because this picture had an impact on me.
Think barefoot. How did that happen? I mean,
obviously you can see here, he looks a whole lot younger picture. A younger Sebastian. Shoulders are smaller than the time we see him sitting at the Texas Roadhouse having his dinner, because he's a bit bigger than in size at the restaurant. So this is like a little bit of a younger picture of him. It appears to be. Same type glasses. He likes those wide frame glasses, left to right. This is taken on the path from the driver's side to the passenger side. Looks like the car is parked someplace. He's wearing a Star Wars, likes black and logos. Black and logos. He's got both puppies there. Just little things, colors, red, yellow, red, yellow. Very clean.
Nancy Grace, this is Crime Stories. Thank you for being with us here at Crime Stories and on Sirius XM 111. We've read a lot online. We've seen a lot of theories, a lot of speculation, but let's start with what we know to be true. Joining me right now, an all-star panel, but first, I'm going to go to two special guests joining us, Katie and Chris Proudfoot. This is Sebastian's biological mother and his stepfather, who were...
Okay. You knew we were going to get here. Does anybody know where they are, Chris and Katie, during the time of this interview? During the recording of this this interview, where are they? Because that don't look nothing like something we've seen before in the house. Does anybody know? Marley 13 is in here. Much love to you, Marley, if you are. It looks like what, the travel trailer? They're in the RV, okay, RV in their camper at Yogi Bear Campgrounds. Thank you, Vanna. Miss Justice. Joanne. On March 25th, when this was recorded and uploaded to YouTube, we're thinking too. Here's an interview that was done a month later. Almost a month later, let's just say, before it got posted. This sitting inside the camper, not the home, not on her show. During this interview over the computer. But it definitely appears to me to look very condensed. The area that they're in, I mean, from wall to wall, left to right, up and down, it does give the appearance that they are in some kind of compartment. I sat there, I said, what are they, in a closet or something? Why so tight, left to right? I mean, if somebody breathes, you could hear the walls crack. But yeah, it gives the appearance that they're in that trailer camper. That quick. Not at home, waiting for police results, police phone calls, search results, or anything else, or whether Sebastian may have even walked back home from stepping out. According to the narrative, why would they be in the camper? Almost 30 days later, why would they be there? There, not home. It's a beautiful home they have. I can imagine what the mortgage would be. I wouldn't be sitting in no damn camper doing an interview. They did a news interview, Nashville news interview. Looks like they were sitting in the home. Okay? When Chronicles of Olivia went to do the interview, What did they look like they were doing the interview from? After he was missing now, and before they got to Nancy Grace, where were their interviews done from? It gave me the appearance that they were doing them from the home. So why would they be doing an interview with Nancy Grace from a camper now? I mean, it was just the little things that I just found during that time period strange, just strange. But let's continue, because this is just getting into certain things that we see and we've heard and we followed following this case.
In their home with Sebastian when he goes missing. To both of the Proudfoots, thank you for being with us. I want to go straight back to when Sebastian goes missing. Miss Proudfoot, I understand that the day before, which would have been Sunday, if I've got the information correct, that you guys went out, you went to dinner, you went to somewhere, I believe you said BJ's, where he had a, quote, colossal popcorn. Then you came home that night, and around 9 p.m., you tell Sebastian to go to bed. He says, okay, and goes to his room. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That night, I understand from previous statements you've made that you went to bed around midnight. Is that correct?
It is.
And to you, Mr. Proudfoot, Chris Proudfoot, did you also go to bed at midnight, or before or after?
No, ma'am. We went to bed around the same time because we were on the phone together.
And
He was not home.
please excuse any of my questions. I'm simply trying to find out more about that night. Do you two sleep in the same bedroom?
He wasn't actually in the home at all that weekend.
You were not home.
No,
okay.
ma'am.
So where were you, Mr. Proudfoot?
I was in Memphis, Tennessee.
How far away is that?
I was in Memphis, Tennessee, at work. I have a job location in Memphis, Tennessee. I work away from the home, and I was at work. I was in Memphis, Tennessee. That's a coached answer. Nothing else. He just leaves it there.
3 hours and 37 minutes from doorstep to doorstep.
3 hours and 37 minutes from doorstep to doorstep. Very detailed, wouldn't you think so? It's a very detailed type of thing. Time is a detail. During the point of that question, time is a detail. 3 hours and 37 minutes is the answer. See? Answer. Doorstep to doorstep. And I said, wow. Hell, it's about 3 hours, give or take, is what I was looking for. It's about 3 hours, give or take. You know the general answer that natural people give? It's about 3 hours, give or take. How long did it take you to get there? About 3 hours, give or take. But very specific in terms of exact time, doorstep to doorstep. time I step out my front door to the time I step at the job site door is 3 hours and 37 minutes. So I found that detail, if you will, of information a bit odd, but I said, okay, I'll continue.
And what were you doing in Memphis?
Working.
Now, he could have told her that based on the first question. I was in Memphis, Tennessee. I was at work. You get what I'm saying? Now, here's an interview that is far different than the previous interviews they've had on YouTube. But now the answers are very pointed during the course of this interview a month later. During the course of, I think it was 1, 2, 3 interviews. I can't forget Miss Smiley from Smiley's World. She did a great interview. Great interview from Miss Smiley's World. Chronicles of Olivia. That was a video interview. On Smiley, it was more on a phone conversation. Also from Miss Duchess was a phone interview. Chronicles of Olivia is an actual video interview that was done. They had the Nashville interview, excuse me, I've got to throw that one in there. 8 days after Sebastian went missing, they decided to do a video interview, which part of the first clip you saw here took place. That's 4 interviews. Interview number 5 is now with Nancy to a month after Sebastian goes missing. And this is pretty much how that culmination, if you will, ended up.
Where do you work?
I'm currently working, or was working, at the St. Jude Children's Hospital construction project.
Was working. And I never got to find out what happened. Why is it in was working? It's like past tense. I used to work there. Now, if somebody said that to you and they said, well, I was working there, how would you pick up on that? I was working there. Now, well, has something new transpired? Has something different transpired? Are you still working there? I was working there was part of the critical detail I picked up out of this. So now if it is a past tense event, that says that there's open time, there's free time there. When did that happen? When did I was working there? When did that happen? When, what day did that happen? And since that day, how much time was opened back up to independent time of maybe looking for a different job or just being available to be called for a job? What were some of the activities that were done? That there's nothing there. It's nothing there. And there's no fillers in there to say, well, we were out searching for Sebastian. Or anything. Thank you, Miss Justice. I appreciate that.
Yes, I'm very familiar with St. Jude's. You said you were working there. Are you no longer working there?
Right now, that's up in the air.
Are you no longer working there? Damn, she had to ask that question. Yes or no? See? Good close-ended question. Yes or no? Are you no longer working there? Well, right now that's still up in the air. Now take right now that's still up in the air to also mean was working there. What does it tell you? Hey, you can figure it out for yourself. Are you working there? Was working there. That's still right now up in the air. But she was working there. Kind of tells me I ain't working there no more. So now he's got his time. A month later, after Sebastian goes missing, it seems like he's got his time back to himself. Free time, open time.
Well, you've been gone ever since Sebastian went missing. So I understand. When you are home, do you two sleep in the same bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a 3-bedroom home?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is your room as it relates to Sebastian's room?
It's on the opposite end of the house. The master bedroom's on one side, and the other 2 bedrooms are on the other side of the house.
Okay, so your master bedroom is on one side of the house and Sebastian's room is on the other side of the house. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you have a 3rd bedroom that I believe you keep for your other daughter. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that Faith? Is your other daughter named Faith?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So where is Faith's bedroom as it relates to Sebastian's bedroom?
It's in the back side of the house. Sebastian's bedroom is
So
on the
it's-
front side of the house.
Okay. So his bedroom is away from Faith's bedroom and away from your master bedroom. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is Sebastian's room on a top floor or a ground level?
We have a ranch style house. It's a 1.5 story, so everything's flat, and then you have the bonus room above the garage.
Okay. So his is on ground floor, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That morning, was there any sign of a break-in through a window, a front door, a back door, a sliding glass door, anything at all?
No, ma'am.
Okay. No sign of forced entry. Was anything taken from the home at all?
Not that we could find anything. We couldn't find anything missing.
I want to circle back to Sebastian's shoes regarding if anything was missing. Do you have a burglar alarm?
No, ma'am.
Do you have a Ring doorbell cam?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Have the 2 of you taken a polygraph?
I have.
I have not.
Would you be willing to?
I've offered and volunteered on many occasions to take a polygraph, and I was told directly by law enforcement because of my whereabouts, I did not need one.
I understand. Ms. Proudfoot.
And that's the ultimate question right there. Why would law enforcement advise him that he wouldn't need one? Because his alibi says he wasn't there. Why would law enforcement tell him that? Who in law enforcement told him that specifically? Has that question ever been answered that anybody in the chat knows of, being that we're, what, 15 to 16 months into this case already? Do we know who from law enforcement advised him that he didn't need to take a polygraph test because he wasn't at the house? We got a big red flag here. Let's see what you say. What do you say? Let me hear what you got to say about it. Who on earth in law enforcement would advise, as being objective as they have to be in a missing persons case concerning the parents of a missing child, what police officer or group of officers would advise parents that they wouldn't need to take a lie detector test because you said you weren't home that night? Now, where in the hell does that make legal sense? How does that make any legal sense for anyone to say that to him? We were advised by law enforcement. So I want you to hold that piece of detail. They were advised by law enforcement that they didn't need to take a polygraph test. So if that was the case, then why did Katie take one then? She did, but he didn't. But he gives the answer. Listen to this shit.
I have not.
Would you be willing to?
I've offered and volunteered on many occasions to take a polygraph, and I was told directly by law enforcement because of my whereabouts, I did not need one.
I'm going to ask you in the chat, do you believe him? Type of 1 for no, type of 2 for yes. Connect the dots. Connect the dots. I've never heard of that. And this is what got under my skin. This is exactly what has gotten under my skin. This little piece right here. She does, but he doesn't. Yet he gives this answer as to the reason why he didn't. And we're all supposed to be okay with that when Sebastian's missing, right? If you notice, Lynette, welcome. See, Taylor's in the building. Shirley Robertson is in the building. Joni is in the building. My goodness, I didn't see y'all. Lori Lowe is in the building. Welcome. Tammy Erickson is in the building. Gemini 2 is in the building. Skinny is in the building. I didn't see y'all come in here. This is a red flag, folks, because this does not make sense. And Nancy Grace knows it doesn't make sense. And I'm sure she sent this transcript and the video interview over to law enforcement for review. We're 15, 16 months into this case. All of this information has been now available publicly to us following this case. And you mean to tell me that no one has gone back and tried to scrutinize these statements that they have made? Now they're making an open statement, whether they know it or not, to Nancy Grace, which happens to be a defense attorney, interviewing them on behalf of the story or whatever. But she's making a very direct effort to help. And obviously, they know who she is. And she's asking the right questions. Now, she can't get into detail because, we're talking about confidentiality in regards to a court examination in terms of being in court. But this is her show, and she feels that whatever questions that she can ask is open to the public, and in a way to where she can draw out particular pieces of information to see whether what they said before is different, true, or not true. And all of the content creators that have covered this case have taken this interview and have done exactly what I've done. But this is the interview that gets it for me, because we get to see what they look like under direct questioning of what they're telling her what happened that night and who these people are. So there's character reference here for her to ascertain from, to draw from. There are actions and behaviors that have taken place during the course of the timeline in which Sebastian went missing, which I find absolutely helpful. Who was there, who wasn't, and reactions. What happened? Who did what after? And so on and so forth. That's why this is critical to really get details from, compared to what we know now, 15, 16 months later, as to where they are today. It's critical. I thank you for joining me during another breakdown of this same video. And now you can take a look at what they look like answering, responding, reacting to someone actually asking the right questions that we can actually see the answers to.
I understand. Ms. Proudfoot, did you pass your polygraph?
I did.
Those questions out of the way. Was Faith in the home when Sebastian went missing?
No, ma'am.
Does anyone else have a key to your home beside your immediate family?
No.
No, ma'am.
That night, Miss Proudfoot, at midnight when you went to bed, what did you do until midnight?
I had been reading a chapter that I needed to, and I had been talking to my husband on the phone. I was falling asleep on him, so that's when he told me it was around midnight. He told me to go ahead and put the dogs up and go to bed, and that's what I did. I got up, put the dogs where they sleep, and then I myself went to bed.
Where do they sleep?
They have a big pen.
A pen, is it inside or outside?
Inside.
Inside. That reminds me of another question. Do you guys have a motion sensor light or lights on the outside of your house?
Yes, we do have lights on the outside of our house.
Did they activate that night?
They're not motion censored. We have lights.
Were
but
they
they're not
on that
motion
night?
censored.
No,
Okay.
ma'am.
Were they on that night? So the lights were out the whole night?
Yes, ma'am. We don't typically turn the floodlights on.
Were there any lights outside the house on at all?
Just my little solar lights that we have in the garden.
There's
Yep.
2 lights on the side of the house above the garage that are on at all times.
Oh, yeah, those are on.
Oh, there's a light above the garage that's on at all times?
There's 2. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So those lights were on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The reason I'm asking is because I heard you say earlier, Mr. Proudfoot, that your neighbors have been very, very forthcoming with their Ring camera info. And I was
Yes,
trying to determine if any lights were on, what, if anything, they may have caught. But I understand from your previous interviews that nothing of any evidentiary value was caught. And also, in another statement you gave, I understand that the video of the 2 flashlights, and I'm saying that with air quotes, that's not exactly what that was at all. We now don't believe that 2 flashlights were observed around your home. Is that correct?
Yes.
You're very correct.
Okay. Question regarding your vehicles. Ms. Proudfoot, what make and model do you drive?
I drive a Infinity SUV.
Year?
2017.
And sir, what do you drive?
I drive a diesel truck, Chevrolet.
Year?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I think it's a 2021, I think.
So your Infinity SUV was parked in the garage or outside the garage that night, Ms. Proudfoot?
In the garage.
In the garage. And Mr. Proudfoot, your vehicle was on location in Memphis. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So there's only one car at the home. Is that right?
There was actually a work vehicle in the driveway at the time as well, but it hasn't moved. We can't give out that information because we don't have permission from her work.
I don't understand that. What?
About the make and model of the vehicle.
I have a work van that was also parked in the driveway.
Why is that? If it's out in the driveway where people can see it, why is that privileged information?
We just don't have permission from her company to divulge that information.
Have you asked?
No, ma'am, we have not. Nobody's asked us
So
that
that
question.
was-
to be honest with you.
Okay. So you have a work van. Question to you, Ms. Proudfoot, what do you do for a living?
I am an installation technician.
That night, was the work van blocking your driveway? Could someone go in and out of your driveway?
The van is parked at the back of my driveway, so someone can pull in, yes.
Got it. Do you park your Infinity SUV in the garage or outside the garage?
In the garage.
In the garage. Do you have an automatic garage door?
With the clicker.
Right. Do you leave that up or down at night?
Down.
Could anybody lift it up? Like, is there an on and off button outside, or do you have to know a code or have the clicker to open it?
You'd have to know the code or have the clicker.
Does Sebastian know the code?
Not to the garage door, but to the man doors.
Not to the garage door, but to the house doors?
The regular door, yes.
So is there a code to get in your home, or do you use a regular key?
There's a code.
And he knows that code.
Yes, ma'am.
Question. I'm just trying to figure out how he would have gotten out, or if somebody came into the home. Could they have gotten through the garage door? No, unless they know the code or had the clicker, which they did not. Do you lock your doors at night?
Yes, ma'am.
Could he have left on his own through those doors?
He could. Yes, ma'am.
But I heard in another interview where Mr. Proudfoot said he was not a, quote, wanderer. He didn't wander around. He had never left the home before on his own. Is that right?
Correct. We haven't had issues with him running or taking off in the past.
Okay, let me ask you a couple of questions regarding the doors. Do you have any home surveillance, anything at all that would have given us an idea or a clue if the door had been opened or not, or a window?
Not directly from our house.
Well, then from where?
That's what we were hoping, that neighborhood Ring cameras and may have picked something up.
Gotcha. I want to go back to that night. You said you were up till midnight. You were reading something. What were you reading?
A chapter for school.
A chapter for school. Are you in school?
I was. Yes, ma'am. I've since dropped my classes for the time.
What are you studying?
Business administration.
Gotcha. Where do you go to school?
DeVry.
So that night you go to bed at midnight after you've been talking to Mr. Proudfoot on the phone. You put the dogs away in a cage, a crate inside the home, and you go to bed. Did you check on Sebastian at that time?
I did not.
Okay. Do you normally?
Not typically. Since he's gotten older, I've not been checking on him as frequently throughout the night, because normally he's good to go in his room once he goes to bed.
Earlier you had stated you heard a noise in his room before you went to bed. What time was that?
Around 10 o'clock.
10 p.m.
Now, here is an exact time. Again, now, I think those joining us in the chat, fine-tuning a couple of things. This is just not working out for me. And a lot of people who've been following this case, it hasn't been working out for them either. And the hard part is, here this woman works for Brinks, but has no security system in the house. I want that to sink in for a minute. You have a 15-year-old autistic child living in the house. Everybody in the neighborhood has got a Ring camera or some kind of video surveillance of some sorts, yet you don't have one. On a house that's well over $500,000 in a neighborhood. It's a beautiful neighborhood. It's an upscale neighborhood. Everybody has what you don't have. Grab all that detail, folks. Grab all of that detail. Now you go to mindset. We were hoping that their cameras might have caught something, but not us. Yet I work for a security firm, Brinks, as an installation technician, installing software, cameras, all this security stuff. You can't miss this. But yet we don't have a system of our own. This guy, and I'm telling you, you could feel your blood move inside of you as to, the things that these people have got in terms of monetary value, the kind of vehicle he drives, the RV trailer camper that vehicle pulls to go to work, so he doesn't have to live in somebody's house or rent a hotel or anything else 3 hours and 37 minutes away from doorstep to doorstep, have a Brinks security van sitting in the driveway, and yet you have no security surveillance in your home, and yet you have a 15-year-old autistic child that security would complement having in the home, to know if he goes out into the backyard or to the front or to the driveway or any place in the proximity of the home. You don't have that extra for yourself, and he's never walked off before. Make it make sense, please. Help me. And yet, this is the narrative. This is the narrative. Thank you, Miss Kim McDonald. Lieber Katz is in the building. Thank you for being here. And this is what just grabs me. This blows my mind listening to this again. Bluegrass Meadows. Did you change the code, Katie? Why would you put a blanket and snacks on the porch for Sebastian, if he were to come back home? Especially if you could enter with the code, if you had a particular code to the front door or even the side door. And he knew the code to get back in. This is February. This is not summer. This is February. And I'm listening to this again. You got dogs in the house and they weren't doing anything? And there's no mention of the dogs ever being disturbed about Sebastian not being there. Yet Sebastian was the one who was closest to the dogs. Like the snake that Sebastian once had. His pets that are no longer there. Things that were taken away from him, used as disciplinary measures because of incorrect behavior. or non-correct behavior, if you will. You have to incorporate these things. You can afford all these extra things, but yet no security for your home. See, it becomes hard to believe. You're rubbing against your own assets. You're rubbing against your own naturalness in where you once was before another thought came into mind and you wanted something else because something was throwing the home and the relationship in that home off balance. Off balance. Where would we find that off balance in the home coming from? Is there anything recorded that says that there's something off balance going on inside the home with these people that live at this address? Do we know that? Type in the chat. Have we found out that there is or may have been something that was throwing this home off balance that led up to February 25th into the morning of the 26th of 2024 when Sebastian went missing? Do we know anything? Yes or no? Just if you can't explain it, just say yes, we do, or no, we don't. Yes, we do. No, we don't. Was there something here prior before Sebastian went missing happening in the home that may have caused him to go missing? And yeah, in my opinion, I'm going to say yes. And the reason why I would say yes is because the paperwork is with the biological father. Seth's got it. And who would that paperwork be from? That would indicate whether there was something off balance in this household before he went missing. Who would that paperwork be from? That could absolutely 100% say to us, we are not speculating. We're not making this up. It's the blank that was left out there for us to fill in that, hey, we could be blaming the wrong kind of people for stuff and yada, yada, yada. No. What do you think the paperwork is? Paperwork came from CPS. They were there at the home before Sebastian went missing, right? Seth's got the paperwork. The funny thing about that really disturbs me is that he just doesn't have just one report. He just doesn't have one report. He has multiple reports from CPS. He said, Seth did, on his last live, that he feels that they did something to his son. I kid you not. How in the world could he be convinced of that? Well, there is something in those reports, along with the result as to what happened to Sebastian, that says he is not in any way, shape, or form in doubt. That these folks didn't do something to him. Sebastian. Wanting to find a new place to rehome him somewhere just before the summertime, before Sebastian got out of school, because something was going on in the home at this particular time. There was a conversation of some sort or information of some sort that was out there about Sebastian being rehomed from this location. And that some kind of time needed to be given to Seth in order to get that arrangement in place so that there can be a proper adjustment for it. A proper adjustment for it. But it didn't take place because of what happened on February 25th. I'm thinking Sebastian overheard something. Out of that household. I'm thinking Sebastian could not have not known what they were talking about. And maybe he didn't want to go nowhere. No put up place or halfway house or what are you people talking about type stuff. Whether it came from Katie, whether it came from Chris. I don't think he's ever heard that from his own father. I never thought of it, but man said, look, I work like 5 days, 6 days a week, locked down 12 hours doing the kind of work that he's doing for the job that he has. He only gets Sebastian every other week to spend weekends, a piece of a weekend. Quit work on Friday, go pick him up on Friday night into Friday morning to bring him back. We go to sleep and then we try to do something on Saturday and Sunday, and then I got to bring you back Sunday night. That's how tight the timeline for Seth's visitation was, so that Sebastian can be home by Sunday night to get up to go to school Monday morning. What kind of time do you think Seth had with him under that premise? Limited time. Limited time. The rest was on these people. And according to the relationship that it appears to be within the relationship between Chris and Katie, wasn't working. spank a 15-year-old on the buttocks and hit him just one time. I call bullshit. What was the point of it? I used to get smacked upside my head. So that would get my attention. Now, if my father pulled out a belt, he just didn't hit me one time on the buttocks. My father whooped my ass. It wasn't just one swing and, oh, son, do you get the point? No, it was after maybe a good 40 swings. You got a lot of breathing and crying and furniture moved and all kinds of stuff going on when you get a whooping, if you will. It's never once, my point. This whole thing is never once. It hasn't been happening once. It never happened just once. Not when you have multiple reports that says somebody else was at your house. And there's a possibility that, they can take your child away. The sad part about it is that Seth didn't know any of whatever happened at the house was going on until obviously it's too late because now he's missing. And no one ever told him anything. If something really bad was going on, the parent would say, I think you better come get your son. I'm having an issue with the relationship that I'm in right now. I think you better come get him. Till I can get things calmed down. Katie didn't do that. Because Seth never said she did. You following me? So now you got to come back to their narrative to believe everything they're saying, but now their narrative is not being challenged by law enforcement. And that is where we are. Why isn't law enforcement challenging the narrative? Why isn't law enforcement, after 15, 16 months that this boy's been missing, he's 16 now, challenging the narrative? We've looked at a couple of your YouTube interviews, and there's a lot you said online that we don't see in the report. Could you explain that? See, that would be proper follow-up, according to the sheriff's department and whoever's running it. Now, my next question is, does the Proudfoots know anyone personally from the sheriff's department? I'm just asking. Just something I was scratching my head about. Could they know someone directly and personally that works at the sheriff's department that's on this case that anybody in the chat may know of, or found some credible evidence that they do know of that would connect the sheriff's department to them? Because they didn't call 911 when Sebastian went missing. They called the sheriff's department. And he gave some lame ass excuse about the reason why we didn't call 911 is because of what? What wouldn't have made sense for them to call 911? Something just we call the sheriff's department right away. It was something about dispatcher, or what was the lame ass excuse it was? I forgot. The jurisdiction that they lived in and whatnot. Oh man. You see what I'm saying? Who do you know at the sheriff's department? Who was handling the case? Who picked up the case? Who opened the case for Sebastian Rogers? And who's got it now? Does any of these two know directly, personally, anybody in the sheriff's department, in the sheriff's office, personally, that could be possibly cutting some slack? Because after hearing all of this for this long and for this amount of time, there is no way anybody is going to sit now, today, and believe this shit. The narrative. You'd have to be a total idiot to believe it. You'd have to be a total idiot to believe this narrative as Nancy Grace is pulling it out 30 days after Sebastian goes missing, to believe it now, 15, 16 months later. As a detective, you know, all the stuff that we've heard over 15, 16 months, you know something? I got to make a phone call. Hey, Proudfoots, are you home? Look, can I grab a cup of coffee with you? I just have a couple of questions, like Columbo. Nobody's doing a Columbo on these people. I got a couple of questions I got for you. Can I run by and get them to you? Sure. And not go over empty-handed. You know, they don't have a Columbo to close this baby a little bit tighter in their department. Is Tennessee that damn broke when it comes to missing kids? I just got one question I want to ask, and I can't do it on the phone. You going to be home? Yeah. Oh, okay. We'll be there shortly. And go and ask these questions. You know what you said about not being home between the top end of the time you said you left till the bottom end of the time you said you returned. You said you went home, but you blamed it on us to say that law enforcement told you, that we told you not to give out any dates. Why would you say something like that, Chris? I mean, you kind of like putting us in your shit, right? Why would you say, who told you that? Is there somebody you know in the department? Who told you that? You could not give dates out to anybody about when you were or were not at home. Who would tell you that? Why would they ask you that? What would they even need to know for if they weren't law enforcement? Why would you be even willing to say that publicly on the Nancy Grace channel? Because that's where we got the information from. And we never said that to you. We spoke to TBI, and TBI has never informed us that there's nobody that's been on this case assigned to them that's ever said that. There's no documentation in our department or theirs that ever said or says that we have ever advised you not to give out any dates as to when or when you weren't at home. Why would you even put that out there and bust his ass? Why would you try to use us as some kind of cover to something that you didn't want to say? And bust his ass. Columbo. And bust his ass. I mean, do y'all feel me? I mean, is it just me or you too? And just get it. Who verified the fact of whether Chris was home or not? That's what I want to know. Who verified it? Was it an employee, a neighbor from the trailer park? What verifies Chris being where he was the night Sebastian went missing? What verifies it? And then if it was verified, who collected the verification when it came to law enforcement? It's got to be part of the report. That's called an alibi. I wasn't at home. I was in Memphis. And what exactly were you doing in Memphis? Working. One word answer. Just stop it right there. Were you working that night? Or how do you work? What are your hours? And I was hoping she would push that button. What are your hours at work? When do you work? What days do you work? Why were you away from the home? to prove the alibi. And Nancy would have nailed this out. We wouldn't even be talking about this story right now. I promise you, we would not be talking about this story right now. It's about nailing down timeline. Who was where when thus happened? It's quite simple. And I don't think these people would have gotten away with this, I don't know, this fairy tale that they're talking about, because it doesn't work. The narrative just doesn't work from day one. Well, for me, from this interview a month later, after Sebastian went missing, this doesn't work for me. Because this is very specific. And you can begin to squeeze down and box a timeline. And that's exactly what she did on her broadcast.
What did it sound like?
Just a thud.
A thud. You stated that you said, look, I don't care what you're doing in there. Go to bed. Is that right?
I was on the couch, which is near his room, and I said, Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? And he said, no, ma'am. And I said, well, whatever you're doing in there, knock it off and go to sleep.
Why would a 15-year-old fall out of the bed? At that time, when he's supposed to be sleeping, why would you think he fell out of a bed of all things? He could have thrown a shoe. And that could have been a thud. He could have kicked off something from his bed that may have been clothing or something, maybe school books, maybe his backpack that had books in it, and it hit the floor. That would have been a thud. She heard movement while on the phone with Chris. So it must have been more than a thud for her to have heard it. If you look at the landscape, the interior of the house. But she never gets up to go check, what is this guy doing? What is he doing in the room? She never goes to check. Hence her alibi. His alibi, he's at work. Her alibi, she never gets up to check the thud. Hence, we have a hot timeline now. Nothing verifies with an absolute fact whether he was at work or not. Because from the time he left at the top end of February until the time he returned when Sebastian was missing, we know that he returned home between both those times. But he can't give any dates because law enforcement advised him not to give any dates. Now, people, help me. Help me. If you can get that timeline in your mind in a box, can you call bullshit? I sure as hell did. And I stand with it today because up until that timeline, is filled in with detail, it's bullshit. It's straight up, and as much as you've received here tonight, listening and picking up and absorbing this over the last 15, 16 months, you've got to call bullshit too. And from the chats that I've been in and have been following, a lot of people come to the same conclusion. Now it's just that enough people have just got to say it. And I'm calling bullshit. I can't buy it. There's nothing for me here. It's hard. So my question in a chat that took place just yesterday, or I think it was either yesterday with the e-crime cast. E-crime cast. They covered some information right after Seth did his live. I listened to both. And my question is, where was Sebastian taken to? That's my question. It's been 15, 16 months. My question now is, where was Sebastian taken to? They were looking to rehome him. Something happened. Too quick for Seth to do anything about, nor was he given any time to adjust. So where was he taken to? To hell with him, to hell with Sebastian walking out the front door, because he never did. No shoes, no coat, no phone, no. Not working. What do you say? How are you sitting with it? How are you sitting with this? It's not working. Straight up. And it's okay. If you got an opinion thank you, Miss Justice. There was something about Katie wearing an Apple Watch that she wore during the time that she was at the Texas Roadhouse with Sebastian. And it's as plain as day on her wrist, her left wrist, which was caught by video. It says it was an Apple Watch. And there are some particulars that came out of that. And I said, okay, who the hell verified that? Apple Watch checking, health vitals and whatnot. And I'm going, oh, damn. Okay. That's new. How did they find that out? Where'd that information come from? Where did it come from? How's it been verified? I mean, has anybody heard that? about this Apple Watch that she has that during the night Sebastian went missing, the wee hours of the time we see the floating lights, a little after 3, her heart rate goes up. You hear little things like that. It's like, oh man, okay. Where is this coming from and how has it been verified? When this now, 15, 16 months, has never been a part of the case before. We're just learning something of a detail or a piece of information that has now become a part of the case. How does that work? I wrote it down. I said, I'll keep it. See if it goes anywhere, but sticking to the story core line, this is where we are. And there's no Columbo in this case. Who's going back to talk to these people as a follow-up to a missing child? I mean, who's talking to Seth? Knock, knock, who's there? Oh, it's the sheriff's office. We just wanted to come by and say hello and touch base with you on a couple of things. Look, we haven't come across anything new. Tip line has been this. No one has come across this. We're scanning this. We're doing this online and yada, yada, to give him an update about anything regarding his son. Just a follow-up, 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes tops. Get back in your car, go to work. We wanted to give you this report. Here's a piece of written, detailed information as to what we're continuing to do to work on your behalf. Nothing. And I only say that because Seth, during the course of his live that he did, wasn't too happy with them in regards to any kind of updates. Nothing. I'm saying, how do you do it? How do you do it?
So you heard his voice at 10 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any idea what the sound actually was?
I do not know.
If he were to go out his window, what would he step on?
Mulch and bushes.
Did you say mulch or mush?
Mulch.
Mulch.
Mulch. Okay. Got it. Has he ever gone out the window before?
No, ma'am.
Is his room on the front of the house or the back of the house?
Front.
Front. Do any of your neighbors' ring cams point toward your house? Could they pick that up?
They do, but it's so dark that they can only see it. After it gets so dark at night, they can only see certain things where there's light.
I thought there were the 2 lights on
the opposite side of the house.
Okay. Can we talk about Sebastian's shoes? Why are you convinced Sebastian left without shoes on? Or are you?
Well, the reason that came about is because all of his shoes are accounted for inside the house still.
Are you positive?
I'm positive.
How do you know what clothes he was wearing?
The clothes that we described are the ones I saw him in when he went to bed.
That morning, you woke up at 6 o'clock. Is that the normal time you wake up?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you a heavy sleeper?
Off and on.
Do you take any medication at night that would make you sleep?
No, ma'am.
But you heard nothing.
I did not know.
So we know he is alive and well at 10 p.m. At 6 a.m. He's gone. You say he's never left before. Is that right?
Correct. He's never run off before.
And could I confirm, where was his bio dad at the time he went missing?
I believe he was at work in Nashville.
Had there been any family argument or altercation prior to him going missing?
No, ma'am.
And Mr. Proudfoot, when did you leave town?
Early February.
So you had been gone for days before he went missing. Is that correct?
Correct,
Weeks.
ma'am.
Had you visited home since you left?
You said from when I initially left?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. I came home February 26th, the morning I was told that he was missing.
26 is what he closed the door as an answer to. He left early in February, and now he's closed the door on the 26th. Everybody in the chat, type a 1 if you've heard that. Just to let me know that that's what he said. Type a 1, just the 1. I heard him say, beginning of the month, when he left, and he had not returned back home until the 26th. Till Sebastian went missing. Just type a 1. Here's another red flag. I think it's a second red flag I got in this case. That I said, oh no, he didn't say that. He just didn't say that to Nancy. Gone at the top end of the month and didn't return home until February, until the 26th of the month. Hence his alibi. He's opened the door to his alibi. Where were you? Memphis. What were you doing? I was working, right? You can't botch this up. You can't botch it up. I said, is he crazy? Noel said hashtag 67, whatever the hell that is. Hello, Miss Ebony. Noel's having a good time. You open the door at the top end of the month. You don't return until Sebastian goes missing on the 26th. But here's what he says.
From the time that you left for the job in Memphis to February 26th, did you visit the home?
Yes, ma'am.
When?
I was home. I can't give exact dates. Law enforcement has told me not to provide exact dates, but I had been home multiple times prior to February. And then I left early February and then didn't come back till February 26th. The morning he was missing.
So you were not home from the time you left early February till Feb 26. Is that right?
Correct, man.
Where were you living in Memphis?
I have an RV trailer that I stay in at an RV park.
RV park. Okay. Following back up on that morning, you search the home, Ms. Proudfoot. Then you get in your vehicle and you start searching. Did Sebastian know how to drive?
No, ma'am.
Was your car in the same location when you woke up that morning as it was the night before?
Yes, ma'am.
Has your car been searched by police?
Multiple times. Yes, ma'am.
Have scent dogs looked at your car?
Yes, ma'am.
So your car's in the same place. You get in the car, you start looking in the neighborhood for him. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Then you call Mr. Proudfoot, right?
I believe I was already on the phone with him at that point.
Okay. Question. Who called 911?
I did.
You did.
Yes,
What
ma'am.
time?
Without looking at a call log, I can't give you the exact time, but on or about 6:20.
And had you guys been talking on the phone before 6 a.m. or did you initially call Mr. Proudfoot at the time you realized Sebastian was gone?
I called him when I realized Sebastian was gone.
Have you guys been out looking for Sebastian?
Okay, before we even get there, this is the box that I see them in. He was home multiple times prior to him leaving in February and didn't return home until the end of February, is what I heard. But yet there were a number of reports saying that there were a few people who knew he was in town in the month of February. Top of the month, bottom of the month, big window, big alibi. I'm not there the whole month. Never even decided to jump back home, maybe a couple of weeks, laundry, things that he might need that he may have forgotten to take during that trip. I don't know if the RV has got fully equipped with laundromat and just little things to keep a guy together during the course of a long haul trip. There's no indication of him visiting or doing any kind of grocery shopping or cooking or laundry or little everyday kind of nuances in places that may have even caught him on camera. Because I know that if you have a refrigerator or something of that nature, it's got to be some kind of a bill that you would get, some kind of a trailer park RV type bill that you would get for using electricity, keep your refrigerator on, and things of that nature. And if you're going to be parked there for quite some time or whatever, how did that go? I mean, like I said, who vouched for him being at this trailer park for that given length of time? I don't have that information. I'm being honest. I don't. But, okay, let's just say that what he says was true. Is there any proof to that? And if so, what law enforcement person verified that that's true? All right, he's at the trailer park. Yeah, we got the bills, electric, battery recharge, propane recharge for the stove, or if it's electric, obviously the electric bill, anything like that, to tighten down the details as to the narrative. What makes what these people are saying true is what I'm saying. What makes it true? That's the hard part. If she went driving around that morning looking for Sebastian, where'd she go? I left the house. I hit the main road, which leads to the main entrance of her home, right off of Kellen Lane, and I made a left turn. Went to the high school that he went to, that he's supposed to go to. I pulled into the parking lot. I got out. I met so-and-so who happens to be a part of the principals of the administration of the school. I put out word there that my son was missing. Nothing. Or else it would have become a part of a police report that would have been okay to publicly reveal. I mean, I'm just looking at certain things. Then I was told to go back home, this, that, and the other thing. Who's telling her to go back home? Who didn't call 911, but called the sheriff's department? Who's taking the lead in what she's doing at this point? Why are you giving the lead to someone where you're actually the lead because your son went missing in front of you, not him? Your son was with you, not him, if he was at work. Why would you be giving him the lead? Why didn't you call Seth? It was said that Seth was text messaged, not called. He was text messaged from Chris. Now, who does that? Who would think about text messaging, your child is missing, without talking to them about their child being missing? You see what's wrong with this? And this is all just the weird inconsistencies that, is throwing me and a lot of people off in this particular case. I know I must not be the only one feeling this. Back up a little bit. Oh, man. Yeah, BS again. It's always BS. What a big spider web. Yes, it is. Miss Opal is in the house, not believing that with just 3 hours drive time from work to home. Yeah. I mean, come on. It's not what you think it is type stuff. Miss Ebony is in the building. Wrong. Nobody called 911. No. You see? And guess what, folks? If you see this clearly, like I know you have, there is just no way these people are going to sit there and say, well, you can't see what we're doing. You don't know the facts. You weren't there. You have no idea of who we are. No. Anybody outside of you looking at you and paying careful attention to you will know far more about you than you do yourself. Because everything that you do, you can try and justify, rationalize, if you will, what it is you think you know what you do. But anybody outside of you that's been paying careful attention has got a different light perspective, which goes to character about who you are. Like I've always said, hey, my father used to say, it's not what you say, it's what you do that makes a difference in other people's minds. You can tell them anything, but what you show them will be absolutely incredible when they tell you. Spirit Seeker is in the building. Hey, love. Good to see you. It's absolutely incredible on what other people on the outside can see about you. And if they end up trying to tell you about you as to what you're doing, guess what you'll do? You will not believe them. You see? There's a big fence between perception and perspective. Perception picks up everything anybody does, or our environment and everything else that people are experiencing. Perspective is putting an understanding to what is being seen or understood. That's the incredible part about it. The difference between the two is that it's got to take two individual minds to come to the conclusions as to what I just got finished saying. Two separate minds has to. There's no way to work around the math or the dynamics or the physics or the science. One has to be based upon perception, that which is intake, and one is based upon perspective, that which is on the outtake. Yin, yang, positive, negative, whichever you want to call it. No one person can do simultaneously both of them at the same time and be congruent, trying to explain it. Because he who tries to do that is not telling you the truth. Not telling you the truth. They can't. From both sides of it. Not even the politicians can do it. And they've been trying to do it for eons. Yeah, no, you're not telling the truth. No, you're lying. Why do you say that? Because it's based on perception. People's intake. It's what we're getting. Your perspective. No, I wasn't really doing that. I was trying to do this. But it doesn't look like that. See what I'm saying? So this is what they're trying to do here. And it's unfortunate because there's nothing emotional about this interview. There's no lights going on like there was in the previous interviews. If you notice, there's no lights going on. There's no feelings being emitted into this interview. This is critical. More critical minds on that side, and Nancy is being critical on her side. And Nancy's looking for emotions, just like emotions were shown to the news. And emotions were, I guess, given during the phone calls that they had with YouTubers. And emotions being given to Chronicles of Olivia. But here, I said, wow, this whole thing is just like wiped of emotions. Can I take a moment? There's no pause. I'm starting to feel something. Oh, really? Well, okay, well, we'll take a pause and let's go to commercial break and we'll be right back. Nothing. Nothing.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
We were given information that you guys have left the home. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
I'm going back to work.
You're going back to work. What about you, Miss Proudfoot?
And I'm not going back to work. Not yet, at least.
Did you leave the home also, Miss Proudfoot?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
To accompany my husband going back to work, and then I'm coming back.
Okay, when will you be back? Do you know yet?
No, not yet.
Are you concerned about being away while the search is ongoing?
Absolutely, I am.
Then why are you going?
Because my son could be anywhere, and we're looking everywhere and anywhere.
My son could be anywhere, and we're looking anywhere and everywhere. And I'd rather be away from home than to be at home to see if he shows up there. It's a bad decision, bad mistake. It's a third red flag that you would figure naturally, that parents would not do. Home is home. For any person, you could be a child or an adult, home is home. It's a safe place to go. It's an abode that has some kind of comfort, rest, replenishment, spiritualness, recuperation, home, connection, home. Yet they decide to get in a camper and leave. Remember now, this is within the body of 30 days after Sebastian goes missing. Where do you think they're sitting right now? They're in the damn camper. And she left with him to accompany him back to work. Back to what work if it was up in the air? And he was working. How do you go into a past tense and not have a directive? You can't go into a past tense and yet have a directive. What we're going to do, here's where we're going from here. Why leave well over a $500,000 house by itself and not even fathom whether Sebastian would find his way back home? Not realizing that you're not there. He may know the code to the door. Get back in the house. He knows the codes. Why wouldn't he call his father? Why wouldn't he call Seth? If he did make it home, you see how this messes things up? You see how it messes things up? Ah, damn it, we didn't think of that. Actions play a very important role in how we live our lives. Action speaks louder than anything because it's what people remember. Thoughts about potential actions are not actions. It just stays static in the potency of maybe taking that action. Nothing else. It's just in the mind. If it's taken, then it's visible. It's concrete. It's provable. And all we've seen in this unfoldment of this case are actions that are provable with potential actions that are only still thoughts. Things that haven't taken place yet, but have been thought about to take place, but yet are on pause, are on hold, dormant. Trying to understand the actions that have taken place is where we are. Why'd they leave the home? Was Sebastian that much of a problem? What was the point of trying to rehome him before the proper adjustments could have been made for him to go to his biological dad's house from February until he got out of school in June? Why couldn't you wait until that transition had taken place? What was the hurry? What was the rush? You see what I'm saying? March, April, May, June. It was only 4 months until he got out of school. Why not wait until June? It would have given Seth plenty of time to make arrangements with his work schedule to try to accommodate his son, to make sure that services were properly put in place for that transition if you didn't want him in the house. Because asshole over here and his military discipline couldn't break Sebastian. Couldn't break Sebastian. And I put it that way from my own perspective and perception of the narrative that they're giving us. They don't deserve Sebastian. They want something else. She doesn't want anything to have anything to do with Seth in her life at all. Okay? He doesn't want to have anything to do with Sebastian because it's not his at all. So where does that leave Sebastian? Outside. I don't think these people did the right thing. That's my opinion. I don't think they did the right thing. The handling of this could have been far better if they would have been patient and work with each other between former and present spouses, or whatever you want to call it, past spouse to present spouse, stepdad, biological dad. She was caught in between. She had to make a decision. Something about what I feel Sebastian didn't want was what she wasn't listening to. And something happened. No, you're not putting me up. No, you're not rehoming me. What do you mean rehome? And the pressure between that and Sebastian came to a critical point, which produced February 25th of 2024. It produced it. Hence, now you have cause and effect. What came before it was produced from it. And that which was produced from it is now a missing person who is now 16, if they're still with us. So my question was, where'd they take him? Where did they take him to? They couldn't wait. Something just had to give. Something just had to change right away. So where'd they take him? Because I used to ask, where did he go? After 15, 16 months, now you have to ask a different question. And I don't care what kind of crazy shade I'm going to get for saying it. Correct me then. Please correct me. That's what I say. Correct me. If I'm going off on a tangent and none of what I'm saying or showing to you here tonight is true, correct me, back me up. I'm good for that. I love to learn. Please help me to understand something that I may not have seen or understood. And I'll be good for it. If it's the right thing for me to understand. Not only individually, but it's universal. Anybody can understand it. How's that? But since it hasn't, and there's been no pushback on it, well, looks like somebody's got to live with it. That's the hard part. Now that we've done this thing that we came up with, where is happiness going to be in that picture? And we talked about pictures in the mind earlier. Where is that ever going to be that for them in this picture? Where is that going to be that happiness truly for faith? Knowing that there was Sebastian and now there's not. School teachers that knew Sebastian, classmates that knew Sebastian at the time that he was amongst them. Where is that going to be? Where is that going to end up? It's going to end up right back here. Right back here. Right back here. You know, when you think of polygraph tests, were the other socks in the family ever polygraphed? Now that I think of it, were the other socks in the family ever polygraphed? Because there had to be some kind of commute of Sebastian during the time he was going to school before this happened. Why do I say that? Well, you know, you think about it. He's working wherever he's working during the day, long hours in construction. Hence the camper. He's ready and prepared. He's got to leave sometimes on long-term job assignments. Okay. Mom works for Brinks as an installation technician. Okay, so she's got to work sometime. What is it, 5 minutes, and then punch in, punch out? You get your paycheck at the end of the week. Helping to pay for a house that's shit more than anybody else could have ever afford. Perhaps she's got to work some kind of full-time gig. He's got to work a full-time gig. Mortgage has got to be paid. So what happens to Sebastian after school? What program was he enrolled in after school? If he was enrolled in after school, where did he go after school? Somebody had to pick him up. Now, if they were working, who picked him up? Babysat him until a certain time, until one of them got off to come and pick him up and take him home. Who would that be? Who would that be? Who would that be? I don't know. Who on earth would that be? You know, my kids, we used to drop them off to the what? Grandparents' house. Grandpa, grandma. You ain't getting out of work at a certain time, okay? And she ain't getting out of work at a certain time, okay? So who's backup if there's no daycare? Well, not daycare, but it would be afternoon, evening care. Because he's out of school, what, after 3:30, 4 o'clock latest, okay? Where's he going after 4? Who's coming out of work? Who's picking him up? None of that has been mentioned in this case. Out of the interviews that we've come across. And we would come home and I would do this, and then we would order pizza, and nothing. Then so-and-so would come back from work assignment that was up Nashville or Memphis or North Carolina or wherever the hell the job assignment was. And they would spend the weekend with us, and we would all have a great time. Pictures of a great time. Birthdays of a great time. 4th of July's as a great time. Where is that in this case? Let me tell you something. In the Summer Wells case, shortly after they got home that afternoon from dropping off Hunter, and they made it home, and she brought home the groceries from the trip, before she ever got, and I'm talking about Candace Wells, before she ever got the packages out of the car to give to the boys to have them help with the groceries coming out of the car or anything else like that, I still see Summer in the car. I do. She's laying across those milk jugs. 80-degree temperature that day. So it was nice. Nice temperature. Wearing long sleeves and top to bottom. 80 degrees. knowing that Candace left that property before they called 911. At the time, Don Wells was contacted. She left the property in a vehicle that was just hypothetically described by her neighbor as something coming into that area at a certain time. And it was claimed that she went out to look for Summer, went down such and such, about a mile and a half, then turned around and came back home. That's an action. This particular case, we have the lights at 3 a.m. in the morning. That's an action. Just before the time Sebastian is reported missing, 3 hours, give or take. She doesn't call the police right away. She doesn't call Seth. She calls him. He calls Sheriff's Department, not 911, Sheriff's Department. He takes over, not her. Candace doesn't call 911. Don does. Or I think if she did and he didn't, it would only be rightfully so that she would have. She never used her direct phone to do it. She had to use a different phone. Just little things in these video clips that we see that kind of says, huh? You threw down the phone in the back of the truck, then used your mother's phone to make the call. In Summer Wells. In this particular story, he ends up making the decision to make the call once she notified him. If he's at work, what in the hell could he do about Sebastian being missing more so than anybody else in the neighborhood? Have you seen my son? Could you do me a favor? Could you call 911? Let them know my child is missing? Then call him? No, not really call him. Call Seth? Maybe he went there. Maybe he's on his way there. Seth never got the call. Until Chris texts him. What a way to be notified. What a way to be notified. I'm going to do a little bit more of this and I'm going to come back to you guys.
I've got a question for you.
Yes,
I want to find out about Mr. Proudfoot hitting Sebastian with a belt. What happened?
That was actually several years ago, and it
To
was
Mr. Proudfoot. To Mr. Proudfoot. To Mr. Proudfoot.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Proudfoot, what happened?
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I thought you were asking Katie. Sebastian had gotten in trouble. He got caught lying. And I had asked him, I said, hey, you got to have a punishment for this. He says, yes, sir. And I said, okay. So I gave him a swat with a belt on his buttocks on the outside of his clothes, one swat.
What did he lie about?
I honestly, I don't remember at the time, but it was probably something dealing with school because that's majority where his issues lie.
Did he have other issues at school?
Some behavioral stuff, but nothing too crazy.
What kind of behavioral stuff?
He has a hard time. He's like awkwardly socially like blending in with students. So it's a little, he's trying to figure out how to do it, but respecting people's space. He gets a little too close. And then kids don't really accept that too much. So it kind of causes an issue. But he'll not stop and he continues on. So then it causes an issue. And instead of being, okay, Sebastian.
And that would cause a stepfather to discipline a child. Are you getting this? So I'm going to whoop you because you're not acting right to the other kids, that you may be getting a little bit too close and it may be causing an issue with the other kids. But the funny thing about that is that I guarantee you, according to the CPS reports that are developed from Sebastian being in school, that's really not the issue. Not enough to be an issue to discipline a child. How old was he when you hit him on the buttocks? Was he 15, 14, 13, 12, 10? She says 3 years ago. Already giving an answer. Something that happened a long time ago. He comes behind her to say, yeah, happened a long time ago. But what the hell was January all about when CPS visited the home to talk with you about Sebastian? And you guys had some words. In January 2024, before Sebastian went missing in February, the very next month, before you left at the top end of February and didn't return until the bottom end when he went missing. There's a big, see, another red flag. Seems to be very comfortable with telling that, with saying that. He was startled when she asked him the question rather than Katie the question. Oh, I thought you were talking to her. Here's what happened. Which caused me to hit him across with a belt the buttocks, on the buttocks. You go from this and then go right down every interview you've heard these two talk and speak. You go across other content creator platforms as to how he spoke on these platforms. During these 15, 16 months, and now I want you to extract character from the words because you can't see them now. And it's an incredible difference between what we see here with Nancy Grace versus what you heard from other content creator interviews that the both of them have been on, or at least for the most part, he's been on. And you'll begin to pull together what he's giving Nancy Grace here, what they're giving her here is no more than show. What you hear on the other platforms, Web Sleuth, and a couple of other platforms where you hear cursing, what people are going to do to each other, how Seth is a liar, all this stuff. Now is a different tick in it. But once again, it all goes to the one case we're talking about. You want to draw a character? It's real simple. For 15, 16 months, I don't trust these people. I could never trust his statements. Something happened to Sebastian, and this is how they want to put it off. This is how they want to put it out. This is what they want to give up about it. And it's sad to say that you tipped your hand already. We kind of know the kind of people you are. If you didn't want Sebastian in your life, you should have allowed Seth to take him. Let him make the arrangements. Help him to make the arrangements. That's what you were supposed to do. And make that transition. And Seth, being the way he would have gladly done that. He'd bend over backwards for Sebastian. As hard as it may have even been for him to do, he would have done it. And you guys would have whatever the hell it is you got now. So I do hope you have some faith. And I'm not talking about somebody's daughter called faith. I'm talking about the faith to feel and to know that your ass gets caught based upon telling this kind of a narrative because something did happen to Sebastian and you didn't tell the truth. It's not faith. It's hope. You better hope to God they don't come after your ass. because you guys got no faith. I don't care where you sit, what you do, how you eat, how you sleep, where you live right now. You got no faith because you never gave that same faith to Sebastian. Didn't even think about it. Knowing he had an outlet, and that outlet was Seth. The 15 months, 16 months, I can't. I'm going to cut this right here. I know. It's a lot. It's a lot. What I am going to do, see if I can do this right. If anyone would like to come up, but to just give a chat based on tonight's conversation, I'm dropping a link. It's in the chat. Spirit Seeker Squad is still in the building. Miss Mandy, good to see you. And you know, when you have something that's just building inside of you and you know the story's still not sitting right and it's not resolved, it's going to sit with you. Just like Summer's case, it's still not sitting right. Daniel Robinson's case, still not sitting right. The two kids out of Canada, it's not sitting right. Where did these people come from? Oh, we can make up some bullshit story and hopefully we can make them believe our narrative. We heard them, but we were sleeping. We saw them, but we were still laying down. We thought they were outside. Wait a minute. Kids outside, nobody's up, and you guys are what, crashed out? Then they were gone. See? It's hard. It's hard. And then it begins to hurt because it's hard. Tears me up. Sammy G, good to see you, sweets. Been around here and there as time allows. I was on panel with Tammy last week, on Shares panel last week. Yeah. Hoping Justin's last night to give him. Okay. But it's always good to see Miss Mandy in the building. Miss Mandy's been on this like some of the other content creators have been covering this case. It was treated by Chris. At first, I was hoping he ran away. And you figure if you had to live with him, that's what she would do. Taking that kind of military discipline? Autistic child. We don't hear it, folks. An autistic child taking military discipline from someone who's in the military. How did he figure that one out? I'm going to deal with an autistic child by giving him military discipline. My God. John, you hear about the TBI searching Ben Hill property again soon? Really? Allegedly? We haven't heard that from LE yet. Are they really supposed to be doing that? Good Lord. Why on earth would they even think about doing that? Especially after all this time. For years. Oh, let's recheck the property again. Maybe Summer's there. Oh my God. What did they come to the conclusion? Maybe she didn't walk off. You kind of think. I don't know what's going on in Tennessee. I really don't know. But law enforcement in Tennessee, forget it. You guys don't know shit. And you take too long to do certain things, way too damn long, that you should be doing in 2025, 2024, 23. Hell, the book is across the board, but people aren't. We see that. The book is supposed to be across the board. Oh, we have an Amber Alert system. We've got this in place. We've got that in place. As soon as something goes down, there's an issue with it. Something has to qualify now. Oh my God, that's the reason why we had to wait 72 hours later, because it didn't qualify. There wasn't a vehicle involved for this particular Amber Alert, silver Amber Alert, the brown Amber Alert. Are you kidding me? Not enough manpower to begin with because of budgets. Because it all goes back to what? Law enforcement budgets. Did we not hear that in Summer Wells? Did we not hear that with Sebastian's case? Budgets, budgets, budgets. All of the partners and resources go into budgets, which there are not enough of, especially when you're dealing from county to county and then state to state. No one seems to call the FBI right away. I don't know. You know, they had to wait a while. In Summer's case, they had to wait a little bit for the Royal Mounties to get the, I guess, the Canadian FBI. I guess that's what they call them up there. But they jumped on it. But once you get outside the window of 24 hours, folks, the cookie cutter, 24 hours, in that time window, you cannot find your child. You don't know where they're at. They are not responding to communication if they're capable of using a cell phone. You've always told your child, no matter where you are, if ever this happened, that happened, this happened, pick up the phone wherever you are, whomever you can get to, and call home or call somebody. We tell our kids that. And with cell phones these days, my goodness, who wouldn't have one? Even people on who get assistance have a cell phone. Who couldn't you call? It's that simple. But to hear these kids going missing year after year, month after month, week after week, day after day, it's like it's the norm. If a child goes missing, all we're getting are posters. That's it. That's it. It's up to the people to call us. Oh, man. It's up to the people to call us. When we do, you can only do but so much. We'll look here, we'll look there. But that's it. That's all we get. So that's where we are with this. It's a sad part because the more time that lingers, that goes on, the worse it is for the people that can't find their loved ones. Yeah. Miss Sammy G. Key figure of autism is that children have difficulty understanding and maintaining social space and social cues. Is being punished for being autistic. And that's crazy. Or how about the way Chris spoke about Brittany? That polar opposite of this Nancy interview. I bet and a lot of people, been following this case has got to come across the same thing. Got across the same thing. Don said he thinks they want to search around the bottom of the driveway. And Jason Jensen, a PI well known, said he got a tip recently that was solid. Then we hear about the search, about the driveway. The gravel driveway. Hello, Miss Justice Jane. Good to see you. The gravel driveway. I'm going to go make my rounds. I don't get a lot of time in live chats lately since I'm taking care of my grandbaby so much. Okay. Spirit Seeker Squad. Miss Mandy, thank you for checking in with me. Let me know you're still out there. I still have you subscribed. I just haven't been on much, but when I am and you pop up, I'll come see what you're doing. They left food for him on the porch. He was like kind of an animal. They left food out for. Oh my God. Now, would you think that would be part of the discipline? Would you think that? I mean, who could say? Who would know? Think about it. Here's where you live. Beautiful. Landscape, absolutely gorgeous. In a neighborhood most people would even dream about. Most people would even dream about. Very well-to-do, upscale area. And here we're told that a 15-year-old autistic boy who lives in a house with no security systems in place happens to be missing or happens to go missing, and no one, not any camera in the neighborhood, picks up on it. But yet, for some strange reason, there's these lights at night 3 hours before the time he's found missing show up. On the morning of. On the morning of, after he's been out, the last point called proof of life at the Texas Roadhouse. You can't make this up because they thought about it. They have made it up. Here he is, and here he's not. Proof of life here. Night lights there. told to go to bed at 9, thought at around 10, a little after 3 in the morning, these lights show up, which they've never showed up before, nor has anybody made a police report about lights like this ever showing up in and around their property ever before. You can't call it a coincidence. You can't call this a coincidence. 6 a.m., phone call goes to good old stepdad. He calls 911, but he doesn't call 911. He calls a sheriff's office. So that was one of my questions. Who does he know at the sheriff's office? These people have military backgrounds, both in the same outfit, Navy. And there was word out there that the sheriff, well, the one who stepped into the continuance of this story, has got Navy. Do they know each other? Sheriff Craddock. And all he's got to tell people is search your backyards and all this other stuff. And, just give us a call if you find anything out of place. We did not find anything of evidentiary value in the video that was taken at one of the neighbors' house during that night. But we see lights at night. We see car lights on and then clicking off. Whether it backed up or not, there was movement that night. And no one in law enforcement focused on this particular item long enough to delineate anything other than no evidentiary value. Nothing? Yet the boy is missing. He goes missing, but yet now you end up searching a landfill in Kentucky. Well, yeah, that's where the garbage went. What would make you think he would be in the garbage? What led them to believe in some way, shape, or form that this boy ended up in the garbage to be taken across county lines into another state to end up here in this landfill? Right away. Right away. No other landfill, no other place. He's supposedly has walked off out the house, but yet you're checking a landfill right away. Only to find that, what? You found that it was premature? Was it a bad lead? Was there nothing there? What lead did you follow to get to this place? And nothing was availed. Nothing was availed from this particular place at all. They pulled back fast. In fact, right after this, they began scaling the search back. Back to the neighborhood. Back around here. Back around the housing development that was being built right next door outside of Stafford Court. I mean, it was right there. A footprint, a scent that didn't hold, or was it really a scent? In the pond, outside the pond. Whether he was there or not, we can't really tell. There's nothing definitive that says he was ever here. There's nothing definitive that says he went to the high school. There's nothing definitive to say he actually walked off the property. Oh, it gets worse as you go back to the property because nothing came from the property. So where was he taken? Where was he taken to? And by whom? The why kind of sticks out to a degree as part of the narrative. Somebody didn't want Sebastian there at home. Arrangements were being made that just didn't work out. A timeline wasn't met in time, and we got a different result. I don't know. What do you think? From all that you've seen, all that you've heard, front to back, we still have someone that's missing out there. Sebastian Wayne Rogers is missing. Has been since February 25th from his home. And no one seems to have a clue. You got Dog the Bounty Hunter involved, and At Night Media involved, and the reward is so super high and thick. All right, so any updates? Tonight's live. What's up? Is there any updates? True updates, concrete updates about this child? I'm still posting it. I'm still working on it. It's still alive and it's still out there. And my heart goes out to Seth Rogers. I hope he connects with this video somehow. Kind of gets a feel as to how John Q feels about it. Rosebud is in the building. Appreciate you, Rosebud. And Miss Marley 13, I see you. But yeah, he's still missing. He's still missing. And Seth wants to know what these two people right here, Seth wants to know from his live, his most recent live he did. What did you do with my kid? He feels that you did something to his child. I kind of get that feeling too. With all the rigmarole and the back and forth and the swinging and all this stuff, I'm feeling that too. Because like I said before, if you didn't want him there, you should have made the proper arrangements for the father to get him and take him, so you guys can be freed up to do the things that you want to do. Proper. No one goes missing. There's no story behind this. In fact, it doesn't even exist. And we're not talking about it right now. But with all of everything that we found out about this story over the last 15 to 16 months, I'll be damned if there ain't something here. I'll be damned if there ain't something here. And we're just hoping that just something turns. I really do. I'm tired of these stories ending up this way. I think it has something to do with that custody case with CP's daughter that was coming up. Seb was speaking to people who had record of what was going through that house. Custody would not have gone well. And that's possible too. I have to listen to the replay, but wanted to say hi. Well, I appreciate that. Night at the Roadhouse, if you watched her, she had 2 phones. And she would keep checking. The one in her pants pocket, and why the picture of him. That always, yeah, I mean, it didn't bother me. But taking a picture of your son eating and you don't even have food in front of you. I don't think she ordered anything. She was appetizing. She fed him, though. She made sure he was fed. She made sure he ate. She didn't. What was that, a partial dinner? I'm not really hungry. I'll just sit here and watch you eat. I'll take a picture of you, send it to Chris. Oh my God. Was that really necessary? If that's what happened? I'm going to send Chris a picture of Sebastian eating alone by himself while I sit here and watch him. While I'm looking around the Texas Roadhouse in some kind of mysterious way. And in some kind of mysterious manner. And yet at the parking lot, someone I bump into brushes by me. Mr. Green, Mr. Yellow, Mr. Whatever. It's a movie, people. The way these damn cases come out, it's like a movie. I think it has something to do with that custody case with CP's daughter coming up. Okay, I think I read that. Proof of life pick. Yes, Miss Justice. Exactly. And then she never gave the most current pics. Now, that's a good point. That's a good point. Why didn't we get the picture of Sebastian being at the Texas Roadhouse eating his food as part of the missing person case? Why wasn't that included? Where'd that pic go? Where'd that picture go? The Apple Watch on her wrist. I'm still puzzled as to, where that information, that piece of the information came from. And who knows that her heart was racing at a certain time? How is that information being ascertained to be incorporated in the timeline? Where'd that information come from? How's that been validated? Just little things. That's where we are right now. And so you have to, just be patient day by day, week by week, month by month until things develop. But one thing for sure, we don't see any law enforcement activity on this case. And that's my gripe. Why? Why haven't they continued to follow up with Seth? And he just did a live, 48 hours ago on his channel. Why haven't they followed up with him? And this man is going through day after day, week after week, month after month, holiday after holiday, birthday, holidays, and nobody's giving him a call. I can't. People, put yourself in his shoes, and he's by himself. Seth is by himself. Not to say, he doesn't have anybody that supports him, but he's by himself doing this. He's not, his life is not like it was before Sebastian went missing, because there'd have been no need to even be talking about it. What support would he need other than what he already has? But now his son is missing. It's like, oh my goodness. Night after night, after night, day after day, week after week, month after month. And it seems like the time is just growing more so stronger than the results of ever finding out what really truly happened to Sebastian since he did go missing. So I wanted to give you a little bit of a roundabout of some of my thoughts as thinking about where I'm at. Why haven't I done live streams on Sebastian? Well, this is where it is. And it took me a little time even to get here. When you don't have too much to really get to because you've covered just about as much as you can, only to come to the conclusion, knowing that he didn't walk out that house, because there's nothing capturing him leaving that area. That being place, then he had to have been taken from that area. See? Now you figure, how the hell did he get out if he didn't walk? Now you got to go backwards. You got to go to the people that were around him, the immediate people around him. Then you got to dig it out that way. And this is not looking good for the mom or the stepdad, because I don't have a verification of whether he was at work or not. None. And he's never proven it either. None. And as for mom, that's like he said, she said. There's nobody else that can tell this story other than me. And there's no proof that anybody could ever say otherwise. That's what you got to deal with. That's what we are dealing with. But you got to go back, you reel it back, and you begin to find out where certain conversations tell you whether there were any thoughts about rehoming Sebastian. And then the answer is yes. So that's where you pick up. That's where you pick up. And you got to stay there until it changes. We are now at the color green. And until the color green begins a shade of blue to change the essence of what green was, you have to stay in green. Until blue tells you, yeah, it's fine to come on over because it's right here, before it turns blue. If you get what I'm saying. If you get what I'm saying. You can't tell if the shoe fits until you put the other one on, huh? You can't tell if the shoe or the shoes that you want to buy fit until you put the other one on. if you got 1 foot in one, you can't say, oh, it looked good. It kind of feels good. It shines right. It matches my skin tone. You got to stand up, and you got to do it with both. And now you got to walk, and then you got to feel it. See? It's the only way you're going to know if they're the right shoes for you to wear or not. It's natural. This is not neuroscience. It's just natural. There's no geometry to this. This is 1 + 1 stuff. If you're looking at it, guess what you see? Huh? If you're looking at it, guess what you see? You're going to see exactly what you see. And if it's true to you, no one can take that from you. I don't care who it is. I don't care who it is. No one can ever take that from you. And it's the same thing with this case or anything else in life. You got to stand up. You got to feel it. And then you got to see what it is you see. And when you see it, guess what? There, hence, is the truth. Lo and behold. Interpretations of truth can come at you like crazy to try to convince you that you don't see exactly what you see. You're not hearing exactly what you think you've heard. It's always someone trying to overcome your 5 senses, your 6th sense, your spiritual sense of understanding what it is you feel about what you're experiencing. No one can ever change your experience but you. In this sense, all I can do is just present to you what I've experienced, how this has been brought to me. Then I can try to give it to you the way I see it, the best way I can, the very best way I can. Then it's up to you to say, you know something, John Q's on to something, or his lie was a dud. I heard that before. And nothing new. I'm not here to tell you nothing new. I'm here to confirm something. No one can tell you nothing new until nothing new has been confirmed. From my perspective and how I've perceived it, let me share something with you. That's all I can do. And if that makes sense to you, I understand the reason why you're here. But the rest of this, in and of itself, in its entirety, we'll just have to wait and see. We have to be patient. We have to take a look at how this unfolds. You know, this is on, as most people would say, this is on God's time. When it's ready, it will be ready. I can't give it anything more than what I've already explained to you. Give it to you from my perspective, my experience, what I understand it to be. If you can get it, you got it. If you don't get it, no problem. I'm not here to mess you up. Only you can do that, not me. But I hope something develops, and real fast, because this doesn't look like it's going to go anywhere real quick. As for Daniel Robinson, who went missing out of the Sonoran Desert in Buckeye, Arizona, 2 weeks after Summer Wells went missing from her place out of Hawkinsville, Tennessee. I'm still working on that, and I'm going to have an update. I think my next live is going to actually have Mr. Robinson join me so that we can both give you an update on the story, recap what's been out there for a long time, and he can fine tune a lot of new developments that are taking place and what's coming up, because it's still looking He went missing 25. How old would Daniel Robinson be if he went missing the same time Summer Wells went missing? Let me see your numbers. Let me see your numbers. How old would Daniel Robinson be if he went missing at the age of 25 and Summer Wells went missing when she was 5 during the same month, 2 weeks apart, in the same year of 2021? How old would he be? Uh-oh. Can we get some numbers up here? Can we get some numbers up here? Did we get a few? Why is this thing so slow? Why is it so slow? Come on. Yeah, he's 25. He's 25 when he went missing. He's been missing as long as Summer has. 2 weeks apart. Yeah. That's how many birthdays have been gone from that time. You see? We're already over a year with Sebastian. Now, Sebastian would be 16. That long. And it only seems like, what, moments ago? Till the story disappears. And unless you have content creators out here, just from time to time, holding the story out there, letting people know this has not been resolved. Nothing has changed. People are still out there. People are still looking. People are still nudging law enforcement, which never seems to be prepared for anyone that goes missing. And it seems like there are a lot of people out there when it comes to missing persons. Trafficking seems to run alongside of missing people. For some strange reason, trafficking. How one would ever get caught up in something like that. I'm still trying to figure that one out. People are being bought and sold, taken places. They're dealing with the stupid, Epstein case. I'm sure many of you have heard about that one. It happens to the rich just as well as it does the poor. The rich people aren't doing it. The poor people are suffering from it. Because somebody's got a need somewhere. And guess what, folks? They're willing to pay for it. There's some people out there willing to pay for this shit. And I don't have to worry about, knocking off monetizations because my channel is not monetized. So I'm a freebie. I love it. I ain't got to worry about the rules and regulations of YouTube. I can speak the way I speak. I can show you exactly what I want to show you. I have a certain criteria that I cover. And guess what? YouTube don't bother me. Neither does any of the content creators. They don't bother me either. No, don't go over there. He's got nothing we can take from him other than what he presents. Oh, brilliant. I hope you do. I don't mess with nobody and nobody messes with me, period. If I flag a little Cash App or this here and there, that's up to you guys. But I don't worry about being on YouTube. Shit, that's the least of my problems. Everybody else has got to worry about, well, I can't say this and I really can't show you this and all this other stuff. Why the hell bring it up? Well, we know that already. They got ads that can fill your phone with all kinds of shit now. If you're watching a live from a cell phone or your computer or something like that, you're inundated with ads. They want your money. Fuck what the content creators got to say. We're already paying them. Well, I'm not paid. I'm glad. Because I ain't got to worry about no interruptions. You can watch me 24/7 straight the hell up off of any device you have. And you'll get it right straight on through. Oh, John, I ain't got no, I ain't going to have no ads either. Never believed in those suckers. I make my money on my time. This is me right here. And it is annoying because it's there to interrupt your process of thinking. Ads don't do nothing but interrupt the processes and thoughts of the people looking at video that is of interest to them. And to break up that content would be like somebody interrupting your conversation on a phone call. You're talking about getting your car fixed while somebody else is talking to you about, well, girl, let me tell you about this, that. Look, I'm on the phone. Can you wait? Oh, I just can't wait. I got to tell you this, that, and the other thing. No, you will just wait till I get off the phone call. You don't know who I'm talking to. Well, yeah, but this is more important than your phone call. Who the fuck are you talking to? That type shit. That's what an ad does. Tries to take your attention away from your attention, from you. No. So that's how I'm able to survive on YouTube. And I'm good. I ain't got to worry about no money on YouTube. YouTube couldn't pay me to do this. YouTube couldn't pay me to do this. Politicians out there, they'll say, oh, hell yeah, just let me know. Shit, I'll be the first one. I don't care about the ads. Well, then again, you don't really care about the people that are watching your content then. Because they're going through hell just trying to get through your message. If you want your message to be understood. That's too much. I'm not going to do you like that. But I watch it though. I go to other people's channel and get beat up with ads and all kinds of stuff, but I chop through the ads as best as I can. They threaten us with ad blockers and everything. I've been running on an ad blocker for a long time. That's why nothing interrupts my program. Nobody's ever told, John, what's going on? Every time I try to listen to you, you're live. Think about it. You're watching a live content creator go through their content and an ad pops up. Over and over and over, whether you watch Tucker Carlson or Megyn Kelly or the freaking news on there's an ad. And they're live. It's a live stream. And they got ads popping up, interrupting, and you're trying to get the information. So we know what YouTube is all about. It's about money. And everybody thinks they have their own business on YouTube. You are sadly mistaken, because they can take your ass off. You are on their platform. You can call it what you want on your channel, but it's their platform. And they'll be the first to let you know in an email. We flagged your content because of, oh, shit. People do not want to face what is uncomfortable, it seems. Turn the cheek and not see something, say something. Yeah. Mama, yeah. No doubt. No doubt. Yeah, I hate them too. I hate them too. That's why I said, I'm not going there. I want to own the rights to my stuff. I have the rights to my stuff. I didn't sell it. And if I say a word this way, or I may curse this way, or I may have said something this way, or not said something in a proper way, you ain't monitoring me. It changes people for sure. I monetized recently after a year, returned it on after the live, and it's a nightmare. Yeah, think about it. It goes on anyway, but I don't get paid. I just get hit, $100? Yeah. And any content creator will tell you that. Anyone who's a content creator tell you that. Me, I don't have to bother with it. Keep your money, YouTube. I'm not here for you. I like your platform, like your service. It should be better, but the ad inundation, it's like you don't want people to understand what they're looking at anymore, because you're willing to sell them out for $1 on shit they're not going to buy from YouTube anyway, because all of it is like garbage. Like low budget from the projects. Garbage. People who don't have the advertising budget of companies, if you will. I wonder how much $10 will buy me. Well, that should get you a 30-second TikTok. How's that? Oh, I'll take it. And let people dream. If I get 100,000 people who watch me on TikTok, I'll be a millionaire. Yeah, keep going. Keep going. Keep going till that 1099 hits you. Keep going, bro. You're doing great. You're doing good. People want to hit me up. They got my email. My email is always out there. Miss Justice is always dropping my email in the chat. You grab it. Okay. Hey, John. Loved your live that night. Is there any way I can send you something? Well, yeah, here it is. Other than that, attention goes where attention flows. It goes to something else all the time. By the time you're done with me, guess what you're going to do? You're going to flow someplace else. It's a part of who you are, and that's natural, and that's okay. All I can do is welcome you whenever you're here and try to keep you for as long as I can and try to give you something that makes sense. No interruptions. Give you something and walk away and say, you know something? Even though John Q had that long ass freaking live that, God, I would never do. I kind of got something from what he said. Does make sense. He is grounded. But the other video I tried to watch the other night, oh my God, I couldn't even understand it. I'd turn it off after 15, 20 minutes because the ads keep messing with you. The ads keep messing with you. I can't do this. I got to go to the bathroom. Hold on. Pew. Gotta go. Pew. Worst mistake was doing it because it now messes your channel up. Yeah, of course it does. Of course it does. Monetize a channel. John, you should monetize. John, you should this. I said, I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. You know something? I said, let me stop thinking about it. I said, because if people have to subscribe and they become members, now you got to be there for them as members. If you don't do anything for the members, then guess what? Bye, members. You get a super chat, YouTube eats into what, 35% of your super chat. Could be $1. You're going to be missing 35 cents out of your buck. By the time you get it and redeem it, it ain't going to be nothing but 25 cents. Oops, here's the end of the year, and you get a 1099 on the full amount people sent you that you never got. It's a joke. It is a joke. People pay per view. Pay per view used to be on TV. Shit, now it's on YouTube. It's a joke. Thank you, Miss Justice. Yeah, people hit me up on email. It's the same one. It still works. I look at it as no big deal. Content creators out there putting out content, whether it be about true crime or whether it be about cooking or whether it be about how to do anything on YouTube. once they hook you, and this is the American way, once they hook you and let you know that you can make some cash on YouTube and give you all the frills and the fireworks and roll out the welcome carpet, all this stuff, and all you got to do is click this button called monetization and this, that, and the other thing. They don't tell you shit until after the fact. And you get that first check. Miss Game, how are you? And you get that first check. And you're like, oh, damn. Well, at least it's something. Maybe I can make more. So now you got to work harder. You got to come back with different content. Now you got to do it again. Now you got to repetize your content. They got you working like a horse, taking 35% of everything that you produce before you produce it. So when people waive their PayPal or their Cash App or something like that, you know, in some of these chat rooms that I've been in, I get it. Sometimes I'll waive mine and sometimes I won't. What's important to me is the audience that shows up. I don't have to waive all that stuff. I take care of me. That way no one can take anything from me. I'm taken care of. YouTube can't take care of me. They can't afford to. They can't afford to. You know, I've got, well, there she is. You see who I just highlighted? Miss Marley 13. Been a great supporter of this channel since I've really had it. One, out of Miss Justice and maybe a couple of other people in the chat room. I might have missed your comment. I'm sorry. They'll send me a little something outside of YouTube. Because by the time it gets to me, it means something. And it may help to produce an intro for the channel. Give me some background, like what's behind my picture, like this. Helps me to do little things I can do on my own. All that other stuff, and I see content creators on here with some kind of electronic gizmo that claps like they're in an audience or a TV show, or laughs and all. Oh, come on. And people just can't get off the bells and the whistles and all this other stuff just to get people's attention to listen to what you've got to say. Just go ahead and have a conversation with them. You don't need all that extra shit. Think about the conversations you have with other people. Oh, let me hit the audience button. Whee! Can I get a round of applause? It's crazy. I said, man, you ain't being real. What you talking about, Willis? All this extra stuff for nothing, just to get a message across. Talk to people. Hopefully they can relate. And that way they show up in the chat and they let you know if they relate or not. If not, guess where they go? Bye. They go to somebody else's channel for that stuff. I never worry about that. It gives me a headache, actually, but I never worry about that stuff. Take care of business every day in your own way with no drama and false information. Yeah. I mean, that's crazy. Why waste time with it? I mean, why waste time with it? I don't like that stuff. I like average conversation. I mean, who doesn't? You got to figure who doesn't. Just being you. How's that? Not somebody else. But anyway, I put my 2 cents in on that one. But yeah, I've come across those things and I said, no, I'm just going to keep what I do, you know, as grounded as I can. Those that'll show and support in the way in which they show, they'll be there. Other than that, don't even worry about the rest. And you ain't got to worry about YouTube trying to take something from you and telling you got to follow rules and regulations. You know, you got to sound like this and you got to do this and all this other stuff. I didn't come on here for that. For that, I'd be just doing something else. Playing chess. I can do that. Expend my time doing something else. Because the stories that show up on an everyday basis are never going to go away, folks. They're never going to go away because of the way we live. And as horrific as some of these stories can be, guess what? Nothing's going to change, because till people get it to change, they won't. They feel they have to do something different to get attention. All the time, attention. When you want your way, you try to get attention. Now online, forget about it. People are just doing it every which way they can think of. And that's self-evident. Then when they find out where you live and you've been doxxed and all this other stuff, well, you know how much attention you're going to get. Because you've given them so much attention. Oh, shit. I didn't ask for that. No, that's none of your business. My family is my family. Leave my family alone. That's why I left Facebook. I left that sucker a long time ago. Facebook is no more than what do you call it? Oh my goodness, a mugshot book. About you and everybody you know. Facebook is not the same as it once was. Now it's forget about it. Anybody that wants to know about anything about you, and you got Facebook all deep down into the years and sharing and showing and sharing and showing and sharing and showing and talking and sharing and showing. Oh, brother. And they're going to take them but an hour to figure you out. I said, we're not doing that. Mark, I'm sorry. I'm not going into Facebook. Because they're the ones who end up being rich off the content you provide on social media. But people don't get it. TikTok too. Oh, I got 100,000 views on this and 100,000 views on that. Oh, okay. You sell your soul for how much? How much? You got the money, but what do they know about you? Too much. Tamika Ward is in the building. How are you, Tamika? How much? And that's why I tell my daughters, I said, you can listen to me or you can just ignore me. You do social media, you do it in moderation. And be very careful about what you tell people about you and what you share with people about you. Remember, they're not in front of you for you to know who they are. That's what I tell them. They're not in front of you for you to know who they are. You're in front of them for them to know who you are. Because once that house of cards comes down, you have no idea of who you were talking to. You have no idea of who you're talking to with all these different kinds of people out here. And they're talking about old child safety and this, that, and the other thing, and parental controls and adult supervision. No, bullshit. Keep them the hell off of social media. But you got to educate them by saying, when you do that, remember what you're giving up about you. Because you are going to be giving up something about you. You better know what the hell it is. So that you can instantly recall it at any given moment, at any given time. And that's why I can say, I'm glad I'm not monetized and caught up into it. People think you can make a job out of YouTube. You really can't. Because if the boss decides to fire your channel, what you going to do? Where are you going to go? How's YouTube going to be a good part of your resume getting the next job? How's that going to happen? Oh, by Joe, I just don't know. You've got a point there, John. I'd better get my resume together. I mean, these things do happen there, too. Yeah. So I come on, I follow a story, I'll look at it, or someone recommends me to look at it. I'll go into it, do my research, come back on, share it with you, like I said, from my perspective, my perception. Deliver it the best way I can for you to get the picture And hopefully you can see that picture. So when you leave me, you know you have seen a good picture, like a movie. Delete the drama, delete all the other nonsense, and you can stay focused on the content regarding the creator's intent to keep you focused on the content. You can walk away with something. You can always walk away with something. But when you get the drama and the hating and the bashing, the ads, oh my God, all this other extra stuff, it weighs everything you've done right down to the ground. Right down to the ground. And so most people just don't do it. You know something? I just find it would be a waste of time if I created a channel and try to get on here and maybe do a little something, because I have a couple of things I'd like to say about certain subjects. But it's just too messy. People just get into other people like they know each other, like we've been here too long type shit. And that's what I'm talking about. That's why I like intimate chats. Like tonight, look how many people up in here. This is intimate versus those other big rooms that you couldn't even see anybody in the chat room because the chat is going so fast. More or less make a comment to be seen or even read in a chat room that's got 30, 50,000 people running up through it. 1,000 people running up through it. It's ridiculous. No need making a comment. It ain't going to be seen. I love how people post the big drama story and then fuss because people comment. Yeah. Now go figure that one out. Go figure that one out. It's ridiculous. But there are some good points about YouTube, and there's a lot of just bad. You just got to deal with it and grow some thick skin. Get past it. Like I said, I ain't got to worry about the ads. That thing, that by itself gave me more headaches than trying to understand the content I was watching. Honestly. How can anybody be on YouTube and try to understand how to cook rice? And as a person's trying to take you through the steps, you get ads popping all over the place. How long you boil the water, what kind of pot you use. Things like that, little simple things. Even on the cooking YouTube channels, it's crazy. Or you're getting your hair done. Or you're learning how to become a content creator. Any of those things. Ad there, almost every 2 minutes, give or take. And the longer the actual content, oh, forget about it. I tried to watch a Tucker Carlson interview that he did with one of the former Congress people. I think it was about an hour and a half, maybe an hour and 45 minutes, give or take. At 50 ads throughout the whole thing, almost every 2 to 3 minutes. And then Tucker was doing his own YouTube ads, in the body of his content. Try to get through that one just to get the news. What's going on in Congress? It'd be Alex Jones. It could be, my goodness, it could be anybody. And it's nothing but revenue ads, revenue ads, revenue ads, revenue ads. So that's what they make this platform for, is revenue going to people we'll never see. We won't even meet. All they'll want us to do is just keep producing content, give us a little shot of it while they take about 35% of it and say, yeah, keep going. So it's almost like me calling YouTube is nothing but a big plantation. I will let you work, sure, for a fee. So, but I enjoy what I do. I come on here and making sure that the rules that I abide by are my rules of conduct. I have a code of conduct. I've kept my code of conduct, over 6 years. Going on 7 years on YouTube. No strikes, no flags, no shit, nothing. Oh, that guy's still around? Yep. Wow, I thought I thought he had folded that channel a long time ago. Nope. And I've shown some things on my channel. I've gotten copyright notifications on music. Now that I can tell you I have gotten. Even though the music is on YouTube, I've gotten copywritten notifications about, oh, you played Donna Summer. Oh, you played so-and-so. That's not allowed. Oh, okay. No problem. I'll take that out. The Bee Gees and whatever. I said, I'll taper back off of music since it is copyright, but it's on YouTube. We got to give the credit. I don't mind giving the credit to the creators of the music. Everybody knows who it is. It's not mine, but they do it anyway. Don't touch. So I said, okay, I got to feel as to where I need to go. Keep your content proprietorship content, mine, and stay off the money board, and you'll be good. I've been good ever since. And that way I can bring you the content like I have, whether it be this story about Sebastian Rogers or Daniel Robinson or Kanika Jenkins or all the content I have on my channel. I can do it unobstructed by YouTube's rules and regulations, as long as I don't show you something that's crazy. And I'm glad to do it because that's what's happening outside in the world. And I'm only going to bring you things that touch me, like it would touch you. And try to give it to you in a way that, we can have a conversation about it without the distractions, without the noise, without the rest of the world trying to beat down on, oh, it's not like that. trying to change people's perceptions on things. Like I said, nobody can take that away from you but you. We can only share, and then you can go from there. Right? I mean, you feel good. You feel good about that? Put a 1 in the chat if you feel good about that. Hey, if that's the way you roll, John, shit, I'm with you. If you feel good about that type of one, because this is the kind of channel this is. I'm good with it. You can break it off the way you break it off. No problem. I don't mind coming here from time to time. You're not trying to inundate and flood YouTube like you need all that kind of attention. Like you got to eat shit. And you can deliver your content. I don't have a problem with that. And if you don't, welcome. First time you're here, great. I hope to see you back. If not, you've been running with me, well, I must have said something. But I'm going to let y'all go. It's been another bit. I'm not going to do 7 hours like I did before, almost 8 hours. But I just wanted to share this little update of my thoughts about this case with you. Nothing has changed. Nothing. It's stagnant. It's right where it is when we found it. It needed a bit more clarification, if you will, fine-tuning, but most certainly you can define from it that, yeah, there's something wrong here, and there's definitely something going on that was going on in that household during the time that Sebastian Rogers went missing. And it's not anybody else but the people that are truly involved. As long as you keep your focus right there until it changes, don't move. Don't move. And we'll see what happens at that point. So with that said, I'm going to let y'all go. I got much love for you for sticking it really out there with me this long. Miss Justice, thank you for holding it down. And let's see, Molly 13, I love you to death. Right next to Miss Justice. We've been family for a long time. Miss Angel is in the building. Thank you for showing up. There have been a number of you that are still here, connected into the building, supporting this channel. And I appreciate you. I truly do. Gigi is in the building. Thank you for being here. So with that said, much love with Godspeed. Until next time, I'll be right back. Okay, don't go too far, because I certainly won't.